Check, check, check. ಓಕೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೇನು ವಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರಲ್ಲೂ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್.
ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Hi everyone. Our sadness over the passing of our passionate music student Dr. Gurunath Kilara. Our memories of him will never fade. He's such a special man and Prison Foundation definitely misses him a lot. We are still unable to come to terms with this loss. It's impossible to forget his cheerful smile and his enthusiasm to learn music. But apart from that, he was an ardent journey with us few years ago. We have special badges for doctors and working
if Sandhya has to sing, she has to come here.
सर्वस्य बुद्धिरूपेण जनस्य हृदि संस्थिते स्वर्गापवर्गदे देवी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते कलाकाष्ठादिरूपेण परिणामप्रदायिनी विश्वस्योपरतौ शक्ति नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते
ಒಂದು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಒಂದು ಹಂಗೆ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. So that people stand there. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದಾಗ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬಂತ ತಿರುಗಿ ಮನೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸೆಟ್ಲ್ ಆಗಿದಾರಾ? ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸೆಟ್ಲ್ ಆಗಿದಾರಾ? ಫಾದರ್ಸ್ ಬ್ರದರ್ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಪಾಪ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು? ಅಯ್ಯೋ ತುಂಬಾ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಡ. ರಮೇಶ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ 2 inches shorter than me. ಹಾ ಇದೇ ತರ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ನೋ ಸೇಮ್ ಹೈಟ್. ನಮ್ದೇ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ವಾಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಇಸ್ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ರಮೇಶ್ ಕೊಡೋಣ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ರಮೇಶ್ ಜಂಪ್ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಪ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಬೆಂಚ್. ಅನಿತಾ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಪ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ವೆನ್ ದೇ ಕಮ್ ಟು ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ನರೇಶದ್ ಬಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮುಗ್ಸೋದ್ ನಾವು? ಆಡಿಯೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ರಮೇಶ್ ಕಮ್. ಆಯ್ತಾ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡು?
ಹೌದು ಮೇಡಮ್, ಈ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಫೈಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್. ಶೂರ್. EMB ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್.
जनस्य हृदि
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಬಿಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್.
स्वर्गापवर्गते देवी नारायणी नमोऽस्तु ते कलाकाष्ठा साधिके
Check. Hello. Hello. Mic testing. Hello. Check. Check.
Okay, now are there, but check, check. Mic testing.
Yeah. Hi.
शक्तिभूते सनातनी आश्रये गुणमये
Huh? Okay, thank you very much. Huh?
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಬಗ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. I'm trying to cover my fat. I don't have it to now. I know we are healthcare global, but I can't show how much of a globe I've become. Yada.
ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
No, he knows. We've told him so many times. CKOPD ನಲ್ಲಿ. This is the best video. First class ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಇದು.
I'm Priyadarshini.
This is very moving. Sir ಹಾಡಿರೋದು ಇದು.
Foundation.
ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ.
I'm Mahesh Mahadev,
ಅದೆಲ್ಲ
composer and
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
director of Prism Foundation Music School and
ಏನೇನೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ.
Words seem inadequate to express our sadness over the passing of our passionate music student, Dr. Gurunath Kilara.
ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
Our memories of him will never fade. He's such a special man, and Prism Foundation
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ವರ್ಡ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ತಗೊಂಡು.
ಅದೇ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಎನಿ 10 images now and get 10 images on for free and from over 30 million visuals that span the spectrum.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
Oh, ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಬೇರೆ.
ಅದೇ
Okay. Okay.
Namaste. Here we are to celebrate Guru Kilara's nostalgic evening, whatever, memories. Ramesh and I will be going down the memory lane to recap the life and times of Guru Kilara. We will start with a floral tribute from the adorable two daughters of Gurus, Tanaya and Ameya, and followed by Guru's family members as well. Tanaya and Ameya for you. Sorry?
Sakala? Okay. Yeah.
Yekona? Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay.
Just
Namaste.
we'll run downstairs. Come
I think that's okay.
upstairs. Whatever. You understood no where I had to run.
check.
Hi everyone.
and recording studios.
Words seem inadequate to express our sadness over the passing of our passionate music student Dr. Gurunath Kilara. Our memories of with this loss. It's impossible to forget his cheerful smile and his enthusiasm to learn music. Dr. Gurunath Kilara, who was a radiation oncologist, was a multifaceted personality and was a dedicated student of music too. We all know about his achievements and his expertise in the field of medicine, but apart from that, he was an ardent music lover and a very sincere student of music. I would like to say a few words on how he began his musical journey with us few years ago. We have special badges for doctors and working professionals at Prism Foundation, and I vividly recollect it was during the doctor's day. Clara's sister, Dr. Sandhya, she's a very close associate to us. Through her, I think he had seen the video and he contacted us. He said yes, and that's when he came down to Prism Foundation and he started his musical journey with us.
I still remember during his first class, we asked him to sing a few lines of any song so that we can understand his musical level and the IQ. He sang Ghazal that day. It was so much impressive, and he was singing with lot of expression and the involvement that made us to take him to the next level and teach more. Generally, when students come to us, there will be a lack of Shruti, Tala, and the speed, the tempo.
सर्वस्य बुद्धिरूपेण जनस्य हृदि संस्थिते स्वर्गापवर्गदे देवी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते कलाकार
Involvement. So I think it was a God's gift for him. We told him, if you correct the remaining part, definitely it will sound more better.
वर्गदे देवी शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये
देवी नारायणी नमोस्तुते हंसयुक्तविमानस्ते ब्रह्माणि रूपधारिणी
सर्वस्य बुद्धिरूपेण जनस्य हृदि संस्थिते स्वर्गापवर्गदे देवि नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते कलाकाष्ठादिरूपेण परिणामप्रदायिनी विश्वस्योपरतौ शक्ति नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये
check. Hello, check. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
सर्वस्य बुद्धिरूपेण जनस्य हृदि संस्थिते स्वर्गापवर्गदे देवि नारायणी नमोऽस्तु ते कलाकाष्ठादिरूपेण परिणामप्रदायिनी विश्वस्योपरतौ शक्ति नारायणी नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वं
Hi everyone, I'm Priyadarshini, playback singer and managing director of Prism Foundation.
Hello, I'm Mahesh Mahadev, music composer and managing director of Prism Foundation Music School and Recording Studios.
Words seem inadequate to express our sadness over the passing of our passionate music student Dr. Gurunath Kilara. Our memories of him will never fade. He's such a special man and Prism Foundation definitely misses him a lot. We are still unable to come to terms with this loss. It's impossible to forget his cheerful smile and his enthusiasm to learn music. Dr. Gurunath Kilara, who was a radiation oncologist, was a multifaceted personality and was a dedicated student of music too. We all know about his achievements and his expertise in the field of medicine, but apart from that, he was an ardent music lover and a very sincere student of music. I would like to say a few words on how he began his musical journey with us few years ago. We have special batches for doctors and working professionals at Prism Foundation, and I vividly recollect it was during the Doctor's Day program. We had selected few doctors to sing and play instruments, and Dr. Kilara's sister, Dr. Sandhya, she's a very close associate to us. Through her, I think he had seen the video and he contacted us. He said he felt really happy seeing the video and he expressed his interest to learn music. And the very first question he asked us was,
Hello.
Yeah, no, they changed it. No. Yeah. Hello? Hello, Ramesh? ನೀನ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ AC ಹಾಕು.
Problem? He's not.
Yeah. Shall we start?
Hello, Dr. Ramesh.
Yes.
Sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, Ramesh?
We can hear you.
Hi, Dr. Ajay is online.
Yeah, we saw.
Yeah, we can see Dr. Ajay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You can hear me, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we can even see you. Good evening.
We'll just start in 1 minute, Ajay.
Yeah.
Anjali has also joined.
Okay.
Just kidding.
We can't start.
Yes.
Saying 2 minutes. They're syncing something. Without that, we can't get started. Projection will be full. Problem.
Will you start?
Can't at least we should tell him.
Sir, if possible, we have to change the backdrop. I'll ask others. Others ಕೇಳಿದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನು ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ. ಏನ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್? That okay? ಗಿರೀಶ್?
ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನ
ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಬೇಡ, ಇದು ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಬುಕ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ. ಯಾಕೆ?
ಓಕೆ.
HCG ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರಾ?
ಅದು ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವೈಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್.
ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅದು?
1 second.
ಸಾರಿ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿ.
ಮೇಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಟಾಪ್ ಗೆ ಇದ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಡಾಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಮೋರ್ ಅಂತ, ಆ ಮೋರ್ ಚಾಯ್ಸಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು?
No, it's
ಸರ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಹೇಳಿ.
the backdrop that we
ಕಾಳಿ ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ. ಅಸ್ಮಿತಾ ಅದೇನೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದೇನೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇಳ. ಅದೇನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಓಕೆ ಕೊಡು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 7 ಲಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ರಲ್ವಾ ಗಿರೀಶ್?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲ್ ಕಳ್ಸಿದೀನಿ.
ಓ, ಇಮೇಲ್ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ರು.
ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆನೆ ಕಳ್ಸಿ.
ಇಮೇಲ್ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ
ಓ, ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಟು ದ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್. ಹಂಗಾರೆ ನಾನು
ಇಮೇಲ್ ಕಳ್ಸಿ.
ಐಮ್ಯಾಡ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಐಪ್ಯಾಡ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ.
ಓ, ಐಪ್ಯಾಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ? Okay, I'll check it.
Why don't you do it on
Okay,
that
ನಾನು
iPad?
Gmail ಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ.
Do it on iPad and
Okay.
to bring it.
ಇಲ್ಲ, this is not an issue.
I'm on my computer and I'm unable to find the backdrop thing, and I'm trying to follow the directions. I've been trying to do it for quite a while now.
ನಂದು ಇಮೇಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು.
ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ.
ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು.
ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಕಣೋ ಅದು.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ತಾಡು. ಓಕೆ, ನಾನು ಇಮೇಲ್ಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದಾರಂತೆ ಲಿಂಕ್.
ಚಿನ್ನ ಇವಾಗ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಚಿನ್ನ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Why don't you go and do it on that?
It's the same thing.
ಅಲ್ಲ,
I have to download the thing.
ಅಲ್ಲ, at least I can keep using this.
Download it just.
Then iPad ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ಬಂತು. ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ Zoom ಲಿಂಕ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ correct screenshot. How do you take a screenshot? ಆದರ್ಶಣ್ಣ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ಶಾಟ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಐಪ್ಯಾಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ?
ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ
I'm here, but I'm unable to get the background. I'm having the same problem as you, Ajay.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಬೇರೆ ಇತ್ತು. How do you rotate it?
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಅದು ಹೆಂಗ್ rotate ಮಾಡಿ?
Namaste. Sorry for this delay. And due to technical reasons, I know that in a Kilara's function, it never delays. He is such a punctual person. On behalf of Kilara's family, HCG family, I'm his colleagues, friends, and well-wishers and loved ones. I, Ramesh,
I am Brinda.
and we welcome you all to this nostalgic evening to celebrate Guru's life and times. When a bright star, when it falls in the sky, it always leaves a legacy. That's exactly what happened when Guru passed away. And he has left such a legacy for the posterity to emulate it.
This evening, we will take you through the memory lane, celebrating life and times of Guru Kilara. The celebration will culminate in enjoying Guru Kilara's favorite choice of music as well.
Let's begin with offering of the floral tribute to Guru Kilara, and we request the two adorable children of Guru to come over and followed by his family to pay the floor.
Tanaya and Ameya,
Yeah.
and the loved ones of Guru's family, Sandhya, Ram, Anurag, Sandeep, please.
Please come. And Nagendra?
Nagendra? Sorry, didn't see you. Bunny.
सर्वस्य बुद्धिरूपेण जनस्य हृदि संस्थिते स्वर्गापवर्गदे देवि नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते कलाकाष्ठादिरूपेण परिणामप्रदायिनी विश्वस्योपरतौ शक्ति नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानां शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमये
Dr. Sandhya Iyer, Guru's younger sister, will render his all-time favorite, Maitri Bhajata.
Thank you, Brinda and Dr. Ramesh. मैत्रीं भजत अखिलर्जेत्रीं मैत्रीं भजत अखिलर्जेत्रीम् आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत त्यजत परेष्वक्रममाक्रमणं त्यजत परेष्वक्रममाक्रमणं मैत्रीं भजत अखिलर्जेत्रीं जननी पृथिवी कामदुगास्ते जननी पृथिवी कामदुगास्ते जनको देवः सकलदयालु जनको देवः सकलदयालु नाम्यतदत्त दयध्वं जनतां धाम्यतदत्त दयध्वं जनतां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् श्रेयो भूयात् श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकलजनानां. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The long time friendship and a classmate of Dr. Guru Kilara and the chairman of HCG, I request Dr. Ajay Kumar to come over and do the welcome address, please.
Thank you, Ramesh, Brinda. I want to thank everyone for joining on this tribute to my close friend, Guru. And I want to thank also the family who are come. And even though Guru is not with us physically, I always feel he's immortalized within us. And the time spent in the last several decades with him as a friend, as a colleague, as a great well-wisher of this organization and the builder of this organization is going to remain in our memory forever. But on this day, like Dr. Brinda said, it is a day to celebrate and remember the fond memories of us being associated with Guru. His family, his college mates, his professional mates and friends have all gathered here. I think we will be paying our tributes today. Some of them may be, light-hearted. Some of them may be his contribution. But let us have an evening of celebration, even though it is a sad occasion because he's not here. But the tribute to him is something, I believe, which may not really meet what he has really done, but at least is an attempt on our part to recognize the great value, yes, as Ramesh said, to the human society he has done. In a very unforgiving way, he has not expected anything knowing Guru. He did what is right. So let me once again thank you for having joined this. And hopefully you will all have an evening remembering which will have a lasting memory in all of us. Thank you, Ramesh.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. On Tyagaraja Aradhana Day, 17 January 1952, Dr. Krishnaswamy Kilara Ayya and Mrs. Sharada were blessed with a second bundle of joy, a bonny baby boy. He was named Gurunath Kilara, affectionately known as Guru.
Now I know, and his passion for music.
Absolutely. The first 3 years of Guru's life was in Bangalore. He grew up with his older brother, Arun. Dr. Arun Kilara was a well-known food technologist of international repute, known as the ice cream man and frozen food man in the United States. Guru's father, Dr. K.K. Ayya, a dairy expert, had to move to Karnal in Haryana as director to set up the National Dairy Research Institute, the famous NDRI. Guru's early schooling was in Hindi medium at Sainik School in Karnal. I am told it was a school without a building and classes were held under a tree. His father soon realized that his brilliant 2 young boys' future cannot be shaped in Karnal. At the age of 8, Guru joined the top school in the country, the prestigious Scindia boarding school in Gwalior. A year into schooling, guess what happened? Dr. Ayya, Guru's father, was summoned by the principal of Scindia school to report that Guru was finding it very difficult to cope with English, as his preliminary education was purely in Hindi and was advised to be withdrawn from school. Guru pleaded with the principal and asked for time to work on his English and be given another chance. Moved by the young boy's plea, the school principal relents, and his teacher, Ms. Swami Kannu, admires little boy's determination and decides to teach him English. Guru Kilara gets a lease of 1 year to prove himself. At this point, Guru Kilara's father is supposed to have said, Guru, I have brought you this far. It's up to you now how you're going to shape up and make your future. Perhaps this was a turning point for the fighter in Guru to emerge. He not only learned English, he mastered the language.
Oh my God, and this is unbelievable. Huh? Guru, with his eloquence in English, no.
Absolutely. Guru's mastery over English would give Shashi Tharoor a run for his dictionary.
Yeah, the Scindia school, Guru and has laid a strong foundation, not only for his academic brilliance, and which is very well known, but, and you could often say that it has created a platform in various interests, horse riding, cricket, debating, and also he got a strong grounding on spirituality. And the evening and prayers inculcated in India and became an integral part of Guru's daily routine until the very last. And he was a staunch devotee of Shirdi Sai Baba.
Around this time, Guru had a little sister, Sandhya. He would dote on her and speak about her with great pride. We are proud to present Dr. Sandhya Ayya. She has had a brilliant academic record and has a doctorate in management from a prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Dr. Sandhya Ayya is here to share her memorable times with her fond brother, Guru.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank, I think, Dr. Ramesh and Brinda for this wonderful evening that they have so painstakingly organized. I know that Brinda practically hasn't slept. I'm sure the same for Dr. Ramesh and the team, of course, backing up very strongly. Thank you so very much. We are so touched as a family. I think Guru was very blessed, and as an extension, so all to have so much of love and care surrounding him. All right, I was asked to speak about my memories of my dear brother. Of course, a lot of memories, and I think the earliest that I can recall is him and my dad trying to teach me cycling, which was actually a futile attempt. And I think one of the few times that they had to admit defeat, both of them, very regrettably. Also, once when he was in DPS, he took part in a play, and he, I think the role was of a magician. So he had a gown and a top cap and all that. And then after that, we had tea in the Shamyana. It was already dark. I was about 5 or 6 years old. And I was so excited because we had watched the play, and then I was going to go and meet him now. And, but he came in his costume, and I didn't recognize him. I got so scared, and I started crying, and I ran from that place. So that's another very strong memory. Of course, Guru has been an integral part of my life. We have always lived under the same roof. Although he had left home by the time I was born, and apparently he used to always say he was so excited when I was born. He ran around school telling everybody, I have a small sister, I have a small sister. And that feeling he carried till the end, very protective, very, very caring, very loving. So only the 3 years that we were in Bangkok, he was not with us because he was studying here in St. John's, and he would visit us every year, of course. And after that, we again moved to Bangalore and we were all together. He has been a pillar in many ways. And I just want to say that, of course, we are all very proud of his academic achievements, his professional the heights that he reached. I know he strode the arena of radiotherapy like a colossus, particularly on the Indian front. But I personally am very much proud of him for the fact, for the way he fought. The way he fought through his life with so much bravery, so much courage, and no pain, and so peacefully. Because it's not that he had any, very few troubles. He was so sick for at least the past 10 years or more, I can remember. He had very, very bad episodes in and out of hospital. But the minute he could stand up on his feet and you asked him, how are you? He would say, first class. And
that's always the case.
Isn't it, Dr. Ramesh? Yeah. And that is something that I found, okay, if he can say first class, then what are we cribbing about a small cold or a toothache or something that I have? It's nothing. So the way that he faced his last week in hospital also really gave me a very, very strong message of courage, bravery, and surrender. And when he passed away, of course, there was such a huge void, which I'm still to come to terms with. We all are groping with that, and we'll take a long time to get there. But at one point of time, I kind of thought that if he could face it in the face of death, if he could be so brave and so courageous and so peaceful, I'm sure he wouldn't have appreciated my sitting here and crying for him. So that gave me a lot of courage, a lot of inspiration. And he would tell me that this doesn't happen overnight. You have to work at it. Start working from now on. That is what he would tell me. A lot of advice, a lot of thoughts he would share. And I will always treasure his memory till my last breath. Thank you very much. So I was supposed to introduce my husband, Ram. Full name Ramurthy, known as Ram to all of us. Yeah. And please come and say a few words or whatever, Ram.
Thank you, Sandhya, and thank you, Dr. Brinda and Dr. Ramesh. I would like to pay my tribute to Guru, or fondly I would call him Guruji. And he remained a Guruji till the end. Actual Guruji, he taught us a lot. So this song has been written by poet Gulzar. And I think it relates so nicely to his life and the way he lived his life. Let me just explain a little bit about the song, then I will sing a part of this song. The poet says, as we age, as the time goes by, my name will fade. My face will change. The only thing or only identity that I will have is my voice, if you care to remember. Now, I interpret this voice as not just something that is impressive, melodious, booming or whatever voice. Voice means it's not just the quality, tonal quality of voice. It's also the words that we use when we speak. Then to add to it, it's the way we speak these words. So voice is just not melodious voice or a very impressive voice. It's something, content, the words that we use and how we use it. And also added to this is the appropriate time at which we speak. You speak appropriate words at appropriate time. It means there's a time for each word to be used. So this is how I define voice. The poet goes on to say that the bad times in life are also haseen, means beautiful. The reason is they make us accept facts and prepare us for something better. And now I relate this to Guru with so many problems. Whenever I went to Guruji, kaise ho? First class. यार रात को सोए नहीं थोड़ा बहुत ऐसे, but only when I ask. On his own, he would never say, देखो यार रात को सोया नहीं, nothing like that. So something must have prepared him. So now I can understand the depth of poets, what he wrote the words, that even these moments of sorrow can be, beautiful. They prepare you, they make you strong. And he goes on to say that outside these moments of sorrow, there are moments that we can enjoy, and we can see Guru. Whenever he was well, he never lost any opportunity to enjoy that moment. So with these few words now, I'll sing part of this song. I hope you like it. नाम गुम जाएगा, चेहरा ये बदल जाएगा, मेरी आवाज ही पहचान है, गर याद रहे, नाम गुम जाएगा, चेहरा ये बदल जाएगा, मेरी आवाज ही पहचान है, गर याद रहे। वक्त के सितम कम हंसी नहीं, आज है यहाँ कल कहीं नहीं, वक्त से परे अगर मिल गए कहीं, मेरी आवाज ही पहचान है, गर याद रहे, जो गुजर गई कल की बात थी हो, उम्र तो नहीं एक रात थी, रात का सिरा अगर फिर मिले कहीं, मेरी आवाज ही पहचान है, जरूर याद रहेगा. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. What a lovely. Thank you, Ramesh. It was really wonderful. Now the Guru grows and from the middle school to, he comes to the high school. And he joins the Delhi Public School, New Delhi. And for his education. And it was told he was very brilliant in his academics, and as we can really expect it, and also in extracurricular activities. And he was that made him as a head boy and in the Delhi Public School, and perhaps, and it was set for his highest revered leadership skill, which we all witnessed over a period of time. And keen to become a doctor, Dr. Kilara, and he joins the St. John Medical College. As the multifaceted and personality of a Guru, now it started blooming. And it is here in St. John Medical College, he found his actual brilliance in debating, music, theater, and particularly in theater. Theater was fantastic. And of course, quoting his love of his life, the beauty and the brain, Dr. Nalini Ramarao, and who eventually becomes his life partner, called Dr. Nalini Kilara. Now we would like to request our his colleagues in the medical college to come over and yes, Dr. Nalini Kilara was at that time as Ram Rao was the college with I request Nalini to come.
Nalini is here to share her moments in St. John's with Guru Kilara.
Yeah.
Hi Nalini, good evening.
Voice. Please unmute.
Nalini, you have to unmute.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Yeah, I'm unmuted. Thank you, Ajay, for.
Switch on video.
Thank
Can
you,
you hear me?
Nalini. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for initiating this event.
It means a lot to me and to all of us, Nalini. Honestly, it means a
And
lot.
thank you, Brinda and Ramesh. I know you are grieving and sorrowful, and you've still taken on organizing this really large event at such a short notice. So thank you all, everybody, for what you're doing. So Guru is a very must guy, you know. So when we were in college, we are talking about when we were in college. We were in college in the 70s. There was nothing beyond Dairy Circle. Okay, so one of these days he decided, oh, we should all go to Banerghatta. So we had a couple of friends, one of whom had a motorcycle. So as the only girl, I had the privilege of riding the motorcycle. But he and the other guys, they cycled. We cycled from Dairy Circle to Banerghatta and back. We had such a great time. We had already finished pre-medical, and we came to St. John's and we had to repeat the PPC. So basically, we just kind of knew every eating joint on Brigade Road and Residency Road. Not that there were that many those days. We used to have a great time, really good time. The other thing was, as like Ramesh says, in school and then further in college, he loved performing. He loved to be on the stage. And so it could be public speaking, it could be dramatics, it could be debating, it could be singing, mimicry, anything. And once he became mobile in the sense that he acquired a scooter, that was a big thing in those days. His dad had to use influence with Rahul Bajaj to get a. And so once he got his faithful steed, and then with his loyal assistant, namely me, every weekend he would scour the newspaper, see where there are debates or any public speaking, anything that is going on, and off we would set off on the scooter. Then he would persuade the organizers that, he's an impoverished medical student, so we cannot pay the entrance fee. And I cannot even remember the number of colleges that, that we went to where he spoke. And of course, invariably, won the debate. So he loved it. And when you talk about performing, he actually even got to take part in a movie. During the emergency, there were this very famous couple, Snehata and Pattabhiram Reddy, and they had made a movie. So Guru got to act in the movie. He was so thrilled about it. Unfortunately, his part got clipped on the editing floor. But anyway, so that was his claim to fame as far as movies went. Loved dramatics. He was part of the Bangalore Little Theatre. And that was just, and so what I really, in later life, all this translated into speaking, professionally, giving speeches, orations. But in the last 10 years of his life, he again took up, started to learn to sing and started singing. And I think all the old timers who were with him in Curie and the people who have been with him at HCG, MSR will remember he loved to MC all the shows. And then he would also invariably, encourage others to take part and sing himself. So that was something amazing. Like Ram said, the zest for life, Josh and boom, and, ready to go. I was telling the girls, even in the last 1 month before he passed away, I think he had 3 or 4 little gatherings at home, just having people over for lunch. So, we will miss him for many things. But this is something, like Sandhya said, cultivated. to have to retain that zest and joy of life. That was something really amazing about him. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Nalini. Thank you.
We have another, the friend of Kilara, and who is a surgeon and is working in Saint Martha's Hospital, and his name is Dr. Rajan. Can we request Dr. Rajan to come?
C.S. Rajan.
C.S. Rajan. Yes.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Rajan.
Good
Hi.
evening.
Good evening.
Hi.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on Guru. Many things have already been said, so I'll cut it down to just what I was involved with Guru. Guru was of the 1970 batch of the St. John's Medical College students, the 8th batch, very famous batch. And I followed him as the next batch, the 1971 batch. Guru was known for his debating skills, but I had the unfortunate episode of being pitted against him. And I lost. I was torn to shreds by Guru, and I had no face at the end of the debate. And that was very much Guru's strength. He teamed up with one Dr. Geeta Krishnamurthy, his senior, and together they won so many competitions across the city of Bangalore in the 70s. He also was very good on the stage. So as you've rightly said, along with Chetan Divji and Shripati Rao, they all formed a formidable team, and they had many episodes of play acts that were successful. He was also up to a little bit of mischief in class, in school, in medical college. And once on an obstetric examination, he got everybody to answer the paper in Hindi music lyrics, much to the anger of the department, and it went up to the principal. But the whole batch stood firm, and nobody actually got picked up or punished for it. Guru had his love in the medical college itself. She was Dr. Nalini, easily the prettiest girl and the most clever girl of the batch. And this was a little bit of a tinge of jealousy with the other gentlemen in the batch. But nonetheless, they both stood firm and walked around and formed what was called the ideal couple for us juniors to look up and try and emulate with girls from our own class, which we were not very successful with. Guru passed as all the details have been provided to me by Dr. Arun Kilpadi, who is the professor of surgery from St. John Medical College, and who was one roll number away from Guru. So literally, Guru and he were very close in the batch. Guru passed his MBBS and tried a short term as an SHO in surgery. He worked under Dr. Alfred Mascarenhas at St. Martha's, but in a short time realized that surgery is not his cup of tea, and he decided to go on to doing radiation medicine at PGI Chandigarh, and came back to Bangalore as one of the early birds in radiation and established the Curie Center and many other places he worked. He taught, and he was excellent with his patients. The few patients I referred to him all came back with very strong words of support and said that he was an excellent, humane doctor in his work. Yes, he was plagued with many medical problems. Yeah, he had a very aneurysm clipped. He had polycystic disease. He had to have a transplant, and his colleague on the stage there donated the kidney. And he had a few brushes with medical history that never took his smile and enthusiasm away. He was always there for the laugh. He was always there for the entertainment. And he lived his life to the best, fullest that he could do. We miss you a lot, Guru. Thank you for your example. And once again, thank you very much for this opportunity to say a few words on Guru Nath. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. This will give you some solace. Each one of those debate trophies and rolling shields have come back because I brought them back to my college. after a span of 12 years.
That's good, Smile. Dr. Raman
Raman
Deshpande, and he was actually not from St. John Medical College, but he knew Guru and from those days. And in fact, he also says he knew him when Guru went for a debate to Hubli. And let's hear from him, Dr. Raman Deshpande. Dr. Raman Deshpande.
Raman Deshpande, please.
Yeah, okay. Dr. Raman Deshpande and Kilara, they were colleagues in Kidwai Memorial Institute of Oncology. Actually, they spent quite a lot of good time, and at that time, yes,
No, that's
he's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gurunath Kilara, whom I would in a jest call Dugu Dilara, has embarked on a different journey into the unknown on the 13th of October 2020. A very dear friend of mine for last 45 years. I met him first in 1975 when he came for a debate competition at the Karnataka Medical College, Hubli. He spoke in favor of introducing regional languages as a medium of instruction for medical studies, something which we would scoff at. But with his brilliance and an ability to articulate, it was no surprise that he won the debate and took home the gold. Amazing person, a master's artist in his own field of radiation therapy. We became very close friends after I joined the staff in 1982 at the Kidwai Cancer Center, where actually I recited his lecture verbatim to him and he had a hearty laugh. We used to meet very regularly. I used to eat his dabbas and we used to have evening meetings when he would fish out old Gurudat songs and sing in his lovely voice. A very, very dear, loyal friend, a very articulate person. In fact, even before Tharorism came into existence, there was Gurunath Kilarism already in vogue those days. A large-hearted man, a very articulate person, an intelligent radiation oncologist. He touched the lives of many in the field that he chose, that is in radiation oncology, many in his friends, and of course, to his own family. Today he is not with us, but his memories will always remain with us. He was such a good teacher. In fact, he is the one who trained me for the fellowship test for the group study exchange scheme to travel to England in 1985, something which will always remain with me as a memory. We all come in the world to make a difference, and he did make a difference to his family, to his friends, and to the whole world on the whole. Guru, you have undertaken a different journey today. I hope you will be very happy there and Lord Shiva takes good care of you. We will of course have your memories and will remember you all the time. When someone like you passes away, a part of our life goes away, but we will have your memories and we'll have a hearty laugh imagining the kind of jokes that you would come out in those situations. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Raman. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are the kind of memories that his colleagues really cherish. And from here, like Rajan said, Guru, even though he went to do a small stint for surgery, but he found it's not really my cup of tea. Then he went to Chandigarh to do his post-graduation in radiotherapy or radiation oncology. And his mentor was the Dr. B.D. Gupta. He was so fond of him. And his colleagues, let's see from them how he was really coming up in Chandigarh. Dr. Huku and his dear colleague in Chandigarh.
Dr. Huku is again a very eminent radiation oncologist who had a very strong association with Guru Kilara.
Hello. Guru was my batchmate at PGI Chandigarh and we did MD together. I joined PGI in house job in 1977, and when I completed my house job in 1978 and got into the MD program, I heard that one more person is joining the MD program and he's coming from Bangalore. After a few days, Guru arrived. From day one, because of his nature, we struck off very well and became very good friends in spite of being competitors in the MD program, and that friendship continued till now. I wish he had more time and we continued our friendship for some more years. At PGI, we completed our MD in June 1980 and Guru left for Bangalore immediately. I left Chandigarh after a few months. Professor Gupta was very unhappy from both of us because he wanted both of us to complete senior residency at PGI before leaving Chandigarh. During our days at PGI, Guru was very, very jovial and friendly. He would strike a friendship with anybody whom he met. He was very good at mimicry, and one of the standard program which he used to do was to mimic our Professor B.D. Gupta. Every time he would pick up a different conversation which he had with Professor Gupta and then mimic in his own style. It was very, very enjoyable. Guru was a friend which everybody cherished, and with the seniors as well as the juniors, he had similar friendship. Even after leaving PGI Chandigarh, we continued our friendship, and every year at AROI, whenever we met, we used to sit separately together for some time and discuss our professional and family issues. That continued every year at AROI. I met Guru last in Bangalore in August-September last year when I was there for a day. He treated me and my wife Rachna for a sumptuous dinner at the Tandoor restaurant at MG Road, Bangalore. I wish Guru was around for some more years so that we would have continued our friendship. My heartfelt
There's a snag. Guru Kilara, armed with MD Radiation Oncology, gets his job as Assistant Professor of Radiation Oncology at Kidwai Memorial Cancer Institute. Infused with energy, vision, and dynamism, Guru Kilara, in his 10-year stint in Kidwai, builds a strong foundation and sets the edifice for modern radiation therapy in the country. We have Dr. B.K.M. Reddy sharing his times and memories at Kidwai with Guru Kilara.
Professor Kilara was my very good friend and well-wisher. Both Professor Kilara and myself were colleagues at KMIO for almost a decade. We used to have a very lively time during his stay at Kidwai. Dr. Kilara was a lovable, charming, and attractive personality. He was a kind-hearted, smart, clever, shrewd, and a dynamic person. He was a very good teacher and had good leadership qualities. He guided me all through my career, though he resigned early from the government service. I always used to feel that Kidwai is very fortunate to have him as a faculty. He is responsible for making the radiation oncology department at Kidwai as one of the best in India those days. He has guided everyone in the department and used to give valuable advice to all of us. It was a very shocking news for me when he told me that he is planning to resign his job at Kidwai. He had all the capabilities to take both the institute and Karnataka to greater heights. I always felt that Kidwai might have been his best base to achieve his lifetime ambitions. I persuaded him not to leave Kidwai as the students, the faculty, and the patients needed his service most. He told me that he had to resign the job as he needed to fulfill some of his financial commitments. I used to meet him regularly while he was in Curie and in SCG during our association meetings and during the conduct of the DNB examinations. I was stunned when I came to know that he had some health problems, but fortunately he had won all that and continued his activities very actively. It is very unfortunate and sad to know that he is no more with us today. The entire radiation oncology community will be really missing him and his guidance. Let his soul attain Sadgati. I pray the Almighty to give strength to all his family members to bear his loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv. Let's hear from his first student and who was in MD in Kidwai, that is Dr. Vishweshwara and from Mysore. Dr. Vishweshwara was actually one of his favorite students in Kidwai. And the starting of the MD course in Kidwai, and I remember both Dr. Vishweshwara and
It was very sad to hear
Dr.
the demise of our beloved Professor Kilara, who set standards in radiation therapy since 1980s. He was a charismatic fellow who made radiation oncology a Kidwai Memorialist of Oncology. Being in that stage, we do not know any ABCD of radiation oncology, unlike other medical subjects in postgraduate degree. Because the entire physics is new, the whole science was new. To instill confidence and to instill courage to practice this specialty, Dr. Kilara had made a great impact in many of the lives of the students. I was fortunate enough to become his student, and physics being the basics of a good radiation therapist, he was much interested in physics, and with his encouragement, I was able to take up a physics topic as my thesis. Beyond the training, Dr. Kilara had a very good patient manners, patient management techniques, and beyond all, a humane person. So the whole of Kidwai and other hospital people used to refer the patients in Dr. Kilara's name. In that way, Kilara developed the department of radiation oncology, and he was one among many such great people in giving his great contribution. So I pray Almighty Sadgati to his departed soul through this, and I thank Dr. B.S. Ramesh for giving me an opportunity to share a few of my thoughts. I am Dr. Vishweshwar, working as radiation oncologist at HCG, Mysore. Thank you all.
Like Vishesha, one of the another fond, the appreciator of Dr. Guru was Dr. Maya, Dr. Uday Kumar Maya. Let's hear and from his viewpoint.
Hi everybody, I am Dr. Uday Kumar Maya and I'd like to say a few words about my dear friend Dr. Gurunath Kilara. Dr. Gurunath Kilara was a senior, was a colleague, was a mentor and a good friend of mine. I know him since my student days when we used to be posted to the Kidwai hospital for seeing cases. And I really saw him very close during the 1984 ARY National Conference held in Bangalore. It was a very successful conference, and to a great measure, it was due to the dynamism of a set of people, including Dr. Gurunath Kilara. This is when I saw him in action in all fronts, as a speaker, as an organizer, as a friend, as a colleague, and as a leader, most importantly. He led from the front. He was a perfectionist. He wanted things his way, and usually that was the right way, and he never sort of gave up until he achieved what he wanted.
On the personal front, the Guru Kilaras became parents of two adorable, brilliant girls, Tanaya and Ameya. Ms. Tanaya Kilara is Head Education Services at Vartana, Bangalore, and is a management graduate from the world-renowned Wharton Business School, USA. Ameya is the Director, South Asian Leadership Initiative, and is based in London. She graduated from the prestigious Harvard Kennedy School. The two girls made their parents extremely proud with their academic brilliance, career excellence, with good blend of strong values and principles, the hallmark of wonderful human beings. And Guru could never stop talking about them. Taneya and Ameya, for you.
Thank you so much, Ramesh Uncle and Brindanti, for organizing this. We can't tell you how touched we are and what it means to us. And, we just didn't have the emotional resources to be able to do something like this. And one of the only things that Daddy said to us before he went is he said, if you want, celebrate my life. And so to be able to do this and to do this, with this global community of people who Daddy absolutely loved is just a real treasure and a blessing. So thank you so much to everyone who has been part of putting this together. I don't know where to start. I thought what I'll talk about is, Daddy as a father, because I think a lot of you know him in other roles, but I think Amya and I knew him in this very unique role that he played. To him, I was Tun's eldest, Tanu, Tan. For my birthday earlier in the year, Ame had organized a Zoom call where, my parents and all of them were talking and saying different things. And he told this story about how he, when he was in the US when I was born. And he was so excited about it. He was on one of his fellowships, and he came back just with, bags and bags loaded with stuff, which he couldn't even carry. He had this huge golf bag that he was weighed down by. And he said, the first time I saw you, I couldn't believe how happy and how my heart felt when I saw you. And that's kind of the emotion he carried for us throughout his life. He was just a wonderful, loving, sweet, the sweetest dad we could have. We've known him now as we've gone through different phases. When I was a baby, he was, his family friends used to call him the modern super dad. He used to change our diapers. He used to give us baths. He used to feed us, put us to bed. He could do all of it. And it was, I think, quite unusual for a, man of his generation to be doing that. So I think we were very lucky to have, to have someone who was like that. At one point we were like, Daddy, we are very big girls now, no more. As we grew up and, were young kids going to school, he would drop us to school every morning in his car. We had to be there at 8 o'clock sharp. I am sure Amya may talk a little bit more about that. We also, he would be the father who came to pick us up from our music class, from our dance class. And we have lots of memories of, wonderful vacations with him, because he was always this, generous person who felt also, money is not there. What are you going to do with money? Have it. It's there to enjoy life and to contribute to people. That was his philosophy about money. And so we used to always take these really nice vacations with him. I remember one when I was 10 years old. We had bought our first car. It was a white Maruti car. And as soon as we bought it, Daddy said, we have to do a trip. And it was not any here to there kind of trip. We had to go from here to Goa. So we left at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he was so proud. He said, we made it in 12 hours. 6 we left in the morning, 6 in the evening we were there. And on the way, we saw, this little cricket field and people playing. And Daddy, as we've already said, loved all these things. He loved to sing. He loved to break into spontaneous poems. So all through our life after that, we used to, whenever we saw cricket, we would all start singing Goa Cricket Association. Later, I think, as we became young adults, we were, Daddy and I were very similar in temperament. I'm actually looking at that photo, and that, that T-shirt that Daddy is wearing is something I still have and wear. But we were very similar in temperament. We would butt heads a lot. We would fight a lot. But I think that gave us a real respect for each other. We were both people who would not back down. We would stand there and we would go like that. But we knew at the end of the day, we love each other. We'll be there for each other. But we would, really butt heads. For my 21st birthday, I was in Delhi. I was studying in college at that time. And I was, somehow it was, a big birthday. Birthdays were always a very big deal in our family. They were, always celebrated. Daddy would always take us shopping for it. He was the shopper in the family. He loved shopping. Mummy hated shopping. He would come with us. He'd say, see some more, try one more option, buy this, buy that. Also, he's the ideal parent shopper. But for that birthday, it was a big birthday, and I was feeling very down about, not being with my family. And I kept telling my friends, one of whom is now my husband sitting here, I kept saying, I wish I was with my family. I wish I was with my family. No, maybe they'll come. No, I don't think so. And the final nail in that thing was, Daddy called me at about 4 o'clock or something on the day before my birthday. And he said, yeah, we are all here. How are you? And this thing. So I said, oh, they're definitely, now there's no hope. They're not coming. I was lying in my apartment, very depressed. At about 9 o'clock at night, the doorbell rang, and Mummy and Daddy were there, and they had, arranged this whole thing. And then I think 2 minutes later, the doorbell rang again, and Amaya came in. But they had arranged this whole thing where they didn't tell me they had this thing. They had planned a whole trip, and they came to surprise me. And it was, it's one of my happiest birthday memories of my life. But that was how he was. That, that josh for life. That, that whatever after he's gone, we've been thinking whatever time he had, he did the maximum that he could do at every point in his life. Whatever his body allowed him to do, he did the maximum, and he was always like that, and like that about us as well. And as adults, it's just, I'm so privileged. I've been in Bangalore for the last 3 years. I was away for a decade before that, and I'm just so grateful that I actually got this time with him, because we had a sense that there was limited time, but we didn't know how limited it would be. And I'm so glad we were there in this, in the city together. He lived, one road away from me. He met my daughter, and, had so many lovely times with her. And he was, we actually had a relationship as adults. I would consult him about things. He would consult me about things. And you'd always say, okay, eldest, what's your view? Tell me. And so it's a huge loss. I don't know how we are, quite going to come to terms with it. But I think in going, he taught us a lot about life, and he taught us a lot about death. He taught us about, how your circumstances are going to be whatever they're going to be, but you have a choice in, how you are going to be in the face of that. He was in the, exactly like Atta and Ramankal were saying, he would always, you ask him and say, how are you? I'm perfectly fine, beta, nothing to worry, right? And that's how he was. He had a smile. He would always call you. He'll ask you about you. There's no, this thing, he showed us that. And, and in how he went, he demonstrated huge courage and ability to say, as he always was, very practical, and say, this is what's happening at every point of time. And if my time is up, my time is up, and I'll go. And he went with such grace and power. Ameya and I, saw that, and it's something that I hope we can, to even a small extent, kind of emulate in our lives. So, Daddy, we love you, we miss you, but you'll always, always be in our hearts. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to echo all the thanks from my family, Ramesh uncle, Brinda auntie, Dr. Ajay, and then I know so many of you, the whole team here, but all my dad's friends, colleagues, associates, patients, people that absolutely a community that he loved, and he thought that it was a privilege that he could serve this community for his life. So it means a lot to us to be here with all of you, wherever you are logging in from, to be here to share just a little bit of our memories of our dad. Obviously, it's very difficult to actually cover a whole lifetime of little moments and memories that exist with my dad. But just want to talk about a few things that I think many of you may also be able to relate to. So one of my earliest memories was bath time with my dad, and like Tanu was saying, I remember him. He was the one who'd always give us baths, and as early as 3, my memory of that is just talking to him. And I'd give him the updates from play school, whatever happened, whatever I was thinking about, and he would listen. And I think that's something that even as I grew older and after he's passed away, I've seen that's the role he played in so many people's lives. Like, I think for his patients, for his students, for his friends, for his colleagues, and obviously for all of us, he was somebody you could call, you could meet, you could have a coffee with, and he would always listen so well. I think as I grew older, he really was, maybe is, one of my dearest confidants. I would call him up, say, Daddy, I'm feeling down about this. I have an idea, what do you think? It was a sounding board. And so I think that's something that I'm really going to miss. The other memory, like Tanya was saying, was he's known to, I'm sure, all of you for his being a stickler for time and discipline. And I'm the exact opposite of my dad. So I remember, 8 o'clock was the time we were supposed to leave the house. At 10 to 8, he would be ready with his, crisply ironed shirt, blazer, tie, polished shoes. And he'd start, Amiya, it's time to leave. I said, Daddy, there's still 10 more minutes. And basically every day it would be this usual back and forth. And 8 o'clock, I'll be with one sock on, shoes in my hand, running to the car to keep up with my dad. And more recently, like I've been in London for the last 10 years. And every time I came back to Bangalore, he would want to come to pick me up. And sometimes it would be even in moments where he's just come out of the hospital, but he'd say, I'm going to be there personally to pick you up. And 1 week before, he'd start sending me messages, flight details. I said, Daddy, I haven't booked my flight yet. Just know that I'm going to arrive on Saturday and I'll tell you as soon as I know the flight details. And his messages would go from small letters to caps lock. Flight details, flight details, flight details. I think the like Tanu was saying, there are many, many things, but one big lesson. See, many of you may know I sort of trained as a lawyer and made a choice to move to a career in what we call peace building, which is trying to bring, my work has been on India and Pakistan, trying to bring these countries closer. And I remember, like, right through my life, I would have expected my dad, you think about any dad, what you would say to a daughter, you would basically say, are you sure it's safe? What about your physical security? What about the risks? What about the dangers? Are you going to even achieve something? Are you foolish enough to think that this is actually going to go anywhere? But I think my dad was the exact opposite. Always supported, always said, of course, you have to follow your dreams. What's the point? Dream big, follow your dreams. And if I can support you in any way, I will. And he did, like right from the beginning to the very end, he did. And I just want to read a message that he sent me earlier this year. I just left Bangalore, gone back to London. And I think he got wind of the fact from my mom that I was feeling a bit low. So I immediately got this message from him. Dearest Tamshi, please remember that the line you have chosen is necessarily full of ups and downs. I always quote Sai, Shraddha and Saburi, faith and patience. It is natural for you to be disheartened at times, but remember, this too shall pass. I'm sure many of you have heard him say this. This too shall pass. Yes. Just hang in there with faith and patience. One of the last things he said to me even a few weeks ago was, keep up your work, don't give up. You will see some results from everything that you're doing. And I think this is what my dad, showed us, not just in his words, but in how he lived his life. He showed us that you can bet on something that's possible, always on the possibility of something, not on the impossibility of it. And that along with that, you can actually have the courage to face adversity with so much good humor and patience. Even on his last day, he was cracking jokes throughout with the doctors, even with us. And since he passed away, I've been trying to imagine to myself, what would he say to me now? Because how do we get through this adversity? Probably the toughest thing that we've ever faced, and even tougher because he's not around to help us get through it. But I'm just, as Tanya said, I think it's a tall order, but I just hope that we get some of his courage and some of his spirit for life to keep going in the face of whatever it throws our way. And I just feel that he's with us today because of the beautiful way in which you've organized this. And yeah, I just want him to know that we love him always. We really miss him. And we hope that we can carry on some of his legacy. So just thank you. Thank you so much for creating this moment for us.
Thank you, Amya. In fact, hope you did hear that. I was hearing him, at 5 o'clock, the function was not started. Ramesh, what are you doing? It is time, 5 o'clock.
In fact, whole of yesterday, we were imitating him, the way he would have wanted things and so on. So, Ramesh?
Right. This is one facet of, Kilara. And we'll switch gate to the another facet, the associations. You are so fond of associations. And in fact, he was one of the founder member of Association of Radiation Oncologists of India. Let's hear from its president, Dr. Vasista, Rajesh Vasista, and from his Rajesh Vasista.
Dear friends, good evening. We all are shocked, rather devastated, after hearing the news of the demise of Dr. Kilara. Dr. Kilara was one of the founder member of AROE, Association of Radiation Oncologists of India, at the time of separation from Indian Radiologist Association. From the very beginning, he had been guiding us toward the betterment and growth of our association. He has been very supportive in uplifting juniors academically. For instance, I myself had such an experience with Dr. Kilara. It was during the International Conference UICC, which was held in 1994 at Delhi. I was to present a paper in that conference. Dr. Kilara was chairing that session. After seeing me nervous due to the stage fear, he boosted my confidence prior to presentation and also extended his support during question answer sessions as well. With his help, I was able to present my paper well and answered all questions. I cannot forget this incident. After assessing the teaching standard in various institutes, he wanted to upgrade the level of teaching for our specialty. Thus, with the help of his colleagues, he was able to start a teaching wing of AROE, known to us all as Indian College of Radiation Oncologists, ICRO. He was the chairman of ICRO, and with his help and guidance, we were able to start many teaching activities. With his active indulgence and guidance, we, the Association of Radiation Oncologists of India, are successful in running our teaching course programs to the standards of ISTO and ASTRO. The sudden demise of Dr. Kilara has come a great loss to me and association. Let us all join to pay our condolence to the grieved family and pray for that noble soul to rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh Vasista. In fact, he's a president of our Radiation Oncology Association of India. And another person who was very closely associated with Kilara in the association affairs is Dr. G.K. Ratz. Let's hear from him.
I first met Dr. Guru Kilara in Bangalore during the ARY celebrations, ARY conference in Windsor Manor, which was held in 1984. And during those 4 days, I saw him as an extremely nice human being, very articulate, extremely well dressed, and he was interested about the association. He interacted with me deeply. We had spoken to him earlier, but never met him. That time he interacted with me about the visit of KMIO staff to our institute to see our Clinac 20, which was a single energy 15 MB photon and 5 electron energies. And Kidwai was acquiring such a machine. However, the team came, but he could not come because of some pre-engagements. After that, I have been having interaction at least twice or thrice in a year since 1984. Whenever I had any personal work in Bangalore, he will always help me also. My brother, son-in-law, is an IT person there. He had some problem in the abdomen and immediately he was helped. I know Dr. Kilara subsequently for many occasions, both personally and officially. I have visited his house with my family. He has also come to our house. And I saw him as an extremely nice human being and excellent radiation oncologist, always busy for the association, always interested about the association's activities. if you see his contribution to the association, the field of radiotherapy, he did a lot of things. In fact, you will be surprised to know that previously, when ARY, when HCG was not there, HCG creation, he had played a big role, and he wanted that a radiation medical physicist should be sent to him, a good one. So we had helped him at that time to sending our medical physicist, and now you know what stature HCG has. So this was regarding his contribution to HCG. Subsequently, we have been meeting for long times during our conversations in association meetings and on personal visits, and I found him as an excellent human being and a nice liaison oncologist. I don't know what to say on this occasion. I wish his soul and his soul all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Rath. In fact, this is coming straight from your heart. So naturally, everybody was touched with these kind of words and come from such a senior person indeed. The Kilara did not play only in the national level, and in fact, he was very instrumental at a state level also. Let's hear from the state level, from Karnataka, the Association of Radiation Oncologists of India. The Dr. P.S. Sridhar heads this now, and he is the president of ARY Karnataka chapter. Let's hear from him.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಪಿ ಎಸ್. ಈ ದಿನ ಭಾವಪೂರ್ವಕ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾಂಜಲಿ ಟು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕಿಲಾರ. He was a mentor, a friend, and an inspiration to me. Our association goes back in 2001. So when I was a resident, I heard him for the first time in one of these conferences in Hyderabad. I was mesmerized by his talk. What a personality, what a orator, what a deep knowledge about oncology. So that actually made me to continue in oncology, which I was doubting either to continue or not. So it is a game changer for me. As a president of ARY Karnataka, so on behalf of all the members, so we great tribute to him. So as for today, the ARY Karnataka is mainly because of him. He was the instrumental in making the ARY Karnataka in the national level, and he was the pioneer in terms of making the conference successful, which is way back in 1985, 2002, and his contribution to the ICC 2017 will never be forgotten. We cannot forget his punctuality. He is always on time in all our conferences in ARY Karnataka. He listened every part of it and give his advice, and he has mentored lot of all of us, and he was always an inspiration and a charismatic personality to us. He will be always remembered for that.
Yeah, Sridhar was always known as Smarty, and he would pick up his phone to take pictures of Sridhar as he arrives every morning, So,
yeah, that's right. Yeah. In our association, it's not just the radiation alone, and we knew that for treatment of the cancer, we got to broaden our vision. So therefore, in Karnataka, we started what's called the Bangalore Oncology Group, and both Dr. Kilara and Dr. Nandi Kilara, both were actually instrumental in starting the Bangalore Oncology Group. And let's hear from its past president, Dr. Vijay Kumar, who is Vice Chancellor of Enapaya University. Dr. Vijay Kumar.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Kilara, that's how we fondly call Professor Gurunath Kilara back at Kidwai. When my interaction with him started on day one of my night duty in the duty doctor's room, wherein he walked in and introduced himself as the assistant professor of radiotherapy when I was only a resident in the Department of Surgical Oncology. That day, my learning in oncology started. My interaction continued with him at Kidwai during ISO 1988, which was organized by us at Kidwai, wherein he and Dr. Mohanty played a vital role in the scientific committee. We used to spend time together in the radiotherapy operation rooms when he was trying to do procedures for brachytherapy. I still remember the instrument selectron. My oncology learning continued. He was a very eloquent orator, trying to use the voice modulation at its best, and most of the discussions, the deliberations and debates back in the auditorium of Kidwai were pepped with fire thanks to the arguments raised by Professor Kilara, needless to say, in favor of radiotherapy. In 1990, he left Kidwai to start for the first ever time radiotherapy services in private sector in the form of Bangalore Institute of Oncology. And he was instrumental, as I understand, to set up the Curie Cancer Center at St. John's Medical College Hospital. Later on, he was instrumental in the collaborative effort of MS Ramaiah Medical College and the HCG to establish radiotherapy services in the campus of MS Ramaiah Medical College. Our interactions continued even after his leaving Kidwai, thanks to the initiative of Dr. Ramesh Bellimaga along with Dr. Kilara in establishing the Bangalore Oncology Group, for which I was the scientific committee member, coordinator for some time. The passion towards the various aspects of oncology is well known, which resulted in the copper, that is the establishment of Center for Psycho-Oncology Educational Research. The other side of Dr. Kilara I came to know when I bumped at him in the personality development program conducted by the Landmark Foundation. The last event we were involved together was at ICC 2017, along with the three other giants of the Bangalore Oncology Group, namely Dr. K.S. Gopinath,
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vijay Kumar. And it's a continuation of that was, just to complete that. And he was saying that the other associations, were also involved in doing our ICC, wherein Vijay Kumar also played a very crucial role, and Kilara was very active in that association. Now we'll move on to the next association called the Indian Society of Oncology. Its president is Dr. Sanjay Mishra, and we'll hear from him.
I had the opportunity to know Professor Kilara when I met him for the first time in 1990, when Sir had come to Lucknow as a guest faculty for the International College of Surgeons. I was still undergoing training, and it was a pleasure meeting him. Since then, I've had several opportunities to meet Sir. And when I joined my MCH in surgical oncology at Kidwai Memorial Institute of Oncology, Sir was one person who was always helping. And so after that, we've been meeting Professor Kilara and everybody in his family, and it's been always been an excellent experience there. Dr. Kilara has been a mentor in many ways, has been extremely helpful, and he's always been helpful to everyone. I had the opportunity to visit him at the Bangalore Institute of Oncology, then at the Curie Institute, and regularly meeting him at conferences. And whenever I used to go to Bangalore, I always used to be meeting him at BIO or at the HCG. And his suddenly going away and passing has been a great loss
to the oncology fraternity as well as a great personal loss. Sir's passing away is a great loss to all of us, to me on a personal basis and to the entire oncology community and fraternity. I pray to Almighty to grant peace to the departed soul and courage to the family, Dr. Mrs. Kilara and everybody in the family to bear this irreparable loss. Sir will always be missed and always be remembered with his friends, colleagues, his peers.
As you've already heard from many, Dr. Gurunath Kilara takes a big career leap along with Dr. B.S. Ajay Kumar, Dr. K.S. Gopinath, Dr. Ramesh, and Dr. M. Vishweshwara to set up the country's first private cancer center, the Bangalore Institute of Oncology. Dr. K.S. Gopinath, one of the founder directors and an all-time good friend of Guru, Kilara, will share his fond memories. Dr. K.S. Gopinath.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 13th October was a very painful day in my career. Painful day in my career. Early morning when I received a call from Dr. Ramesh that Guru was no more. My association with Guru exactly 2 months short of 40 years. Guru, everybody has told everything about him. Professional, beyond profession, as a singer, debater, and as a colleague. We used to fight every day in the corridors in the outpatient department. He wants to establish a supremacy that radiation is the best and surgeons are nowhere near them and other thing. It is a fun for all of us to bring him down on many occasions. He always used to, you surgeons always bring me down. Don't talk like this. This is the very fascination part of all of us. Janki and others know as students how we used to get together. I have my first slide. And as I told you, 40 years have passed. We really do not know how this has happened. And this occasion to pay tribute is a very painful day in your career to your own good friend. He remained as a friend, he remained as a colleague, he remained as a well-wishers for nearly 4 decades. Everybody has told about, next slide please, about Dr. Guru Kilara. How Jeb we met first time in, previous slide, one more slide. Next. Next. Go back, you're putting the different slides. That is not the one. Not this, another one. One more, Anita has given. Like the slide may not be there. Don't worry, Guru is always known for his extempo speaking with slides or without slide. Slide hardly makes a difference for us today in this evening. As I told you, nearly 4 decades we have grown together in the city of Bangalore. Dr. Guru's professional commitments, everybody has already told. Every one of you know about him. That is how both of the careers almost equals for the same. Jeb, we met first time. How? We met Guru and me and how we became friends. Way back in 1980, he joined Kidwai after coming from PGI. I finished from my MS General Surgery from KEM, then residency as Tata Memorial. Kidwai, the first autonomous. Both of us were doing we did a good thing by joining this institution. What will be our future? And in the corridors, when I came to report, I saw a colleague, a youngster of mine walking in front of the director's office. You know how he used to walk with his white coat and a tie. And I was just standing and watching who is this guy, whether he has already joined or he is also dumped into the ground like me to join Kidwai. This is how. After 2 days, he came and met me in the canteen of Kidwai. We had a coffee and then he came and asked me who we exchanged it. We became good friends. 2 days later, then he came and told me he was thinking that I come from Bombay, I don't know Kannada, and both of us were interacting with each other in Hindi. And then he asked me, do you eat masala dosas? I said, yes. Then there's a place called Airlines Hotel. I will take you there. We will have the masala dosas. That is how we became very good friends after eating masala dosa in the Airlines Hotel. Huh? Yeah, next slide. Next. Airlines Hotel. And this was a very, nearly for 5 to 8 years, every second Saturday, we used to go to Airlines. Previous slide. Yeah, Airlines Hotel and Dosa. Yeah, there is another slide missing, Anita. Okay, okay, fine, no problem. Masala dosas that made us become very, very, very close. And because of these masala dosas of airlines, we used to become very close friends. And later, we established because of this masala dosa, Kidwa Institute of Oncology has developed Bangalore Institute of Oncology. Now we have become HCG. The dosa's affection. And recently, when he was admitted in Ramaya, I spoke to Harish, the vice dean. How is Kilara? Did you made around? She said, just now Janaki came and told me, Guru is eating masala dosa. That means he is fine, sir. I need not see him. That was his passion for masala dosa. And also samosas, you are all. Any meeting without samosa, Guru say, I won't attend the meeting. That was his fascination. Our friendship started not only the academic aspect of it, eating aspect of masala dosas. This is how it, next slide, please. Next. See, this is our stay for 10 years in Kidwai. You can see how Guru and me used to look those days. And there are two great gentlemen, Dr. Krishna Bhargav and Dr. Narendran. They remain friend, philosopher, and guide to us. Krishna Bhargav has a one thing for me and Guru, that we used to fight with him that practice should be allowed in the campus. So he said, don't allow, I don't allow, you people are only interested in practice. He used to keep the agenda in the governing council, and we used to meet all the governing council members and used to defer, and we used to continue to practice. Because we used to continue to practice, we became more friends. How long this practice to be continued was our question, fighting with the director. Then we went to most of the major centers in the world, starting from Christie Hospital to Royal Marsden, Memorial Sloan Kettering, MD Anderson, Roosevelt Park, Mayo Clinic, name it, we were there to do our fellowship. And one of the days, when we are discussing like there's something new we should do. Bangalore has no private cancer hospital, why can't we start? And he asked me, will you leave your job in Kidwai? I said, we have to leave it if you want to do something. Either good or bad. We have joined Kidwai, good or bad. Now we will see in private whether it's good or bad. That is how the whole thing has been started. And the concept was evolved when we were doing it. Next slide, please. And in 85, there was a big radiology conference was happening. And when this, all these things were happening, Tanya was born. Then 2 to 3 years later, Amiya was born. Guru used to go for fellowship. And whenever Nalini was pregnant, he used to go for fellowship. And I used to live in Vaswangudi. I used to tell, don't worry, I will take care of Nalini and the kids, you don't worry, you go. One of the evenings I used to go, Tanu's photograph you can see, I had a nice Rajdut motorbike. It was very red in color. Tanu was very impressed by that. Moment I do a horn, she used to come. We used to go around the Gandhi Bazaar, come back and see. Once I did not meet her for 5-6 days, she started crying, where is uncle on the motorbike? This is how our interaction for Guru's family, Nalini's mother, has become very important thing. And you know that now how both of them have grown as a big professionals, and bonding between the families continued from that day onwards till today. Next slide, please. When the friendship continues, next. I got married. This is my son who got married 2 years ago. And I told Guru, we are having a Sangeet program. If you allow me to be the master of ceremonies, then only I will come. I told him, not only the master of ceremony, you can sing also. I will be waiting outside to invite people. This is how our interaction between the families has started. When my son was 2 years old, once we had a big problem for my son to get him, waved him off, weaning him from bottle feeding. I told Guru one day, hey Guru, I want to get rid of my son having the bottle feeding, how to do it. I know all these tricks, I have taken care of Tanya and Amaya with all these things. Come, we will go to your, one of the afternoons, we went to our house, he was there, bottle. He filled the bottle, told Guru. Guru said, you are not going to drink, I am taking this bottle away. He started crying. He said, don't worry, you'll cry for 1 hour. You give him some chocolate, he will be all right. He became all right. 2-3 years, whenever Srinivas used to see Guru, he used to do at him. When my son joined Bishop Cotton's one day, he came to the hospital. Guru told, see, I have taken your bottle. When you reach 20 years, I will give you a different bottle in your hand. That is how the interaction between the families. During this time, it is not only the Guru, myself, and Ramesh also. Ramesh is like a friend in need, is a friend indeed. You all know the organ donation by Ramesh to his friends, and we could never believe it, but he did it. That is how the three, in one of my condolence message, one of my brother's daughter gave it, the 3 mosquitoes of the BIO, Dr. Ramesh, Kilara, and Gopinath. One of the mosquitoes they are lost, but their triage and involvement to do any activities in Bangalore, all of them, all the time they should be there. This is how my family, Ramesh family, and Gurunath Kilara's family. We are more than only the colleagues. We became the family attachment to each other. We were there in every functions, in every family. Next slide, please. With this in background. Next. And beginning of that, as I told you, 1985, we had a radiology conference. Ramesh was very active because he had 3 degrees at that time: radiation oncology, radiology, and nuclear medicine. Then there was a big All India Radiology Conference. Dr. Vishweshwara conducted it. After the conference, they were all wondering, we have so much free time, what to do? Then Dr. Vishweshwara called for a meeting. You bring any number of youngsters, we will build a private hospital in Bangalore. Myself, Ramesh, and Guru went. Ramesh always had in the mind, always has to come and tell us that we should start a private cancer treatment. Ramesh, it is not that easy. He said, I have a place in Sheshadripuram. There is a vacant land. We will build it there. That was in our mind from those days onwards. When Vishweshwarya called for a meeting, everybody went away. We told Vishweshwarya, if you are starting a private hospital, we don't come. If you are starting a private cancer hospital, we will support you fully. That is the beginning of how the concept of private cancer hospitals come into the city. All of us joined. Later, Ajay Kumar, Guru and Ajay was classmates. When all of us were in fellowship in US, Ajay and Guru met in the conference. Ajay told Guru that I'm starting a cancer hospital in Mysore. Then Guru said, why Mysore? We are planning one, why can't you help us? You have one in Bangalore, one in Mysore, and Ajay is also another leader. He joined us, and we had first 2 hospitals, one in Bangalore, one in Mysore. This is here the beginning. Another fascinating story, where to start? We had one Camdark where Dr. Vishweshwaraya's office was there. We used to go after 4 o'clock from Kidwai and used to sit there. There used to be one person called Ranganna. Guru was always, before I come, the bondas and tea should be there whenever we start the meeting. So Ranganna and Bonda and Guru, we'll never forget it. 4:30 after leaving Kidwai, we used to be in Chamarajpet. Nearly 4 years we worked there to establish the company Bangalore, Banashankari Medical and Oncology Center. Later we moved this building across, even in front of BIO now, where we had the first board meeting. This is how the genesis of all of us have come together with some dream that we should have a private treatment facility. We became the first corporate-based cancer centers for a model in the country itself. Though it was in a miniature way, now it has become a very big mega event, and everybody used to start and look at it. When you can ask, shall we start it? This is how the whole process started. Next slide, please. Next. And this is how the team BIO started with BCH. Then we converted the name into BIO. Later, after 10 years, we became HCG as a corporate body. And various changes which took place in the last 20 years. And we are there across the whole Asian countries as well as in African countries. We are the largest cancer caregivers. And we had a team headed by Dr. Ajay, who really took the lead, all of us. We used to fight among ourselves inside the room. After the room, the only thing was to build HCG, take it forward. This is how the whole concept has started. We remained for 40 years together, never separated ourselves. Next slide, please. Our basic aim is economizing the cancer care was our main motto, which we achieved it. Next. Next. And when we are doing the, when we got the building, this is the building where we started off way back in 1988. October itself, we had the puja. Puja was done by Dr. K.K. Iyer and Mrs. K.K. Iyer. Swamiji said, when both three of us went and met, he told all his trustees, don't ask them too much money from these doctors. Poor doctors working in Kidwai. He just gave the key, you go and do puja, establish whatever the money give, and that money, we will utilize it for Samskrita Patashala. So we were also convinced and coalesced that this is for a good cause. With the blessings of the Swamiji, today we have grown. And he told one word, this will be like another Vellore hospital. This hospital never gets closes. So this is, with his blessings, we established, all of you know, how from here we moved to HCG and how HCG is doing. Next slide, please. In the professional front, and Dr. Ramesh is very good in carrying files, meeting the programs, the diaries, project reports. Guru used to dictate him, he used to love to write. And I used to listen to both of them, no diaries in the hand, only listen. And both of them told, you go and meet people, get funding for us. We will do all this writing and other thing. This is how our interactions used to start. Go and meet people. Any conversation, talk, both of you come with me. I have given them the background, collect the check and come. This is how we work together in a very cohesive manner. This is that building. Today it is totally changed. And this is the first project report Ramesh and Guru sat together and wrote using all their friends from the various banking and scientific group, everything together with them. Next. With this in Bangalore, we grew and then we established the Bangalore Cancer Hospital. There was a lot of controversy. In the name of cancer, people may not come to our hospital. We named it as Bangalore Institute of Oncology. Manashankari Medical Oncology was my parent body. We called Bangalore Institute of Oncology. We grew over the year. Whenever we started, because we were all having the academic position, we thought we should continue to do our research in whatever the fashion. Though the hospital is small, our heart and thinking should be big. We have established Bangalore Cancer Research Foundation, Manashankari Charitable Trust to take care of the needy people. We have kept all these things in mind. And Guru was always a Bangalore Cancer Researcher. We will get funding and do the research. This is how we established this. And all of us, that the first 5 photographs we showed, we all used to sit together and write down. And whatever we wanted to achieve it, we have achieved it. Next. And this is how we have grown. You are all aware of it, the changing, the metamorphosis from last 40 years. Next. And he was a strong devotee of Shirdi. Those days I never used to believe when he used to tell that he does bhajans on Thursdays and other things. The way in which you sing Gurudat songs, I don't think you will sing Shirdi Baba's song, I used to tell him. But he was very fond of it. When myself and Nalini were treating Baba's cousin, one day Baba sent words to us. Guru came to know that I am going to come all of you with meet Baba and get his blessing. I said, Guru, I made a joke. You cannot come there. We are going to meet Baba. Myself and Nalini will be there. No, I will come. He came with our other colleagues. One of his dream comes true. When you meet him, you can see in his photo how he was looking at him and he was conversing with him pure Telugu, which I don't know Telugu. Baba said, Gopi, I'm going to speak to you in Kannada only with you. And Guru started a conversation in Telugu. And he took most of the time between me and Nalini to talk about his patient. Only Guru finished the whole thing on that day. He was very, very, very happy when he met Baba. This is how we have interacted in various fashion. Next slide, please. with all these people blessings, nearly 40 years ago when Cobalt machine came in October 89, Ramesh and Guru treated the first patient. Next, with this, we have grown over the years. We have grown for 31 years. We have established as one of the role model hospitals. All of us have grown. This is the first batch of our staff. This is over the 30 years. Even you see the various departments. We have grown. A number of consultants have increased. Next. And whenever we think of the hospital, we should have a scientific committee, ethics committee, clinical trials. We all did it from the old Bangalore Institute of Oncology with all the digitalization and all the facilities. Now we have in HCG. Next. And a lot of pioneering work done by Dr. Ramesh and Dr. Kilara in radiation work. Kilara wanted to be first in everything. I need not highlight it to all of you. When he does something, how he will do it. As a fight or something, he wanted to be the first. We did the intracranial iridium implants for the brain tumors, breast conservative surgery, intraoperative soft tumors, and endobronchial. We created some sort of a newer thing into the field of oncology in Bangalore, which was not happening. So being a surgeon, I always used to tell them, you do the bleeding, I'll control it, but you do this procedure. That is how we work together like a team. Next slide, please. And when we were doing like this, we had interacted because we want to be in a more scientific front. We came across our good friend, philosopher and guide, Dr. C.N.R. Rao. He came to the hospital with some of his relatives. When we were discussing with him, he said, why can't you be collaborating with Indian Institute of Science? That is our collaborative research started with Indian Institute of Science. Till today, we are continuing that, and a lot of publication, peer-reviewed journal has come and taken our image to the different level in scientific arena. Next. And this is Bangalore Cancer Research Foundation. Brunda joined from Nimans to Kidwai as a MSc psychology student. Sandhya's friend Guru came and introduced me. We were hesitating, who is this girl who wants to come and interact with our patients? Then Guru said, no, she's Sandhya's friend. Sandhya had sent Brunda here. We will start with the benign breast disease, give it to her. Then we will see how she talks about on the cancer patient. Our interaction started. Then when the BIO was formed, we had psychoneuroimmunological parameters. The people like Kasturi Rangan helped us to get a funding through DRDO, introduced us to Abdul Kalam. Later he became the president, and Brunda has become his favorite from those days onwards. Next, this is how we grew, and today all cancer hospital in the country has got a psycho-oncology department. It's our contribution to the society and the hospitals. And from there, we moved on from all these things, from BIO to HCG. And Ajay was always a leader, and he was thinking big, big, big. One day he came in his usual style. You want to sit in one room in this Sudam Nagar? You don't want to grow big? Then myself, Ramesh in his school, myself in school. Guru said, yes, we will do it. Guru, just listen first, don't say jump. Myself and Ramesh said, we will think about it, do it. After a lot of deliberations, like Brunda always used to tell me, your cancer patients have a Dabda effect. Myself and Ramesh has a Dabda effect. When we are moving into virtual investment partners and other things, the poor practicing clinician, where they will be? They talk in crores. We were collecting 5 to 10,000 rupees from the patient. Will it match for us? This is how the whole thing. Then Ajay took a big leap, brought in the investment bankers. We became HCG. We went to IPO, and that is how the whole story ended. Next slide, please. Move it now. Next. The reality, and this is what Ajay did it from 2000 onwards when HCG with the virtual investment partners, and now we are the largest cancer facilities in India as well as in Asia. That is how we have progressed. Even we moved into the African countries thanks to Ajay's 31 years we were together. And only in this year we are in a little back foot. We are having some financial difficulties. I think being together, even Guru is not there. We will take it forward, get back the glories of HCG. This is what for nearly 30 years work together, 40 years of friendship. Next. And Guru, as I told, he wanted to do whatever he wanted to do. He wanted to conduct the conference. He wanted to be the chairman. We did the ICC conference. He wanted to deliver Door of Tata oration. I said, okay, we will give it. He delivered it, and he wanted governor to come for the inauguration. Everything, whatever Guru wanted it, he achieved it. And we were fighting one day. Anita was a witness for that in the conference, and for a very important issue. How the army band were invited that governor should proceed. Guru said he should go in a straight line. I said he should go in a big curve and then come inside. Anita is still laughing. She said, why you people are fighting? Then after 10 minutes, Guru told, what a stupid fellows we are all. We are fighting for a straight line versus curve line. Let us come and have a dinner together. We will solve all these problems. This is what Guru Nath Kilara. Ladies and gentlemen, my salutations to Dr. Kilara. Next. My salutation to my friend. You are always in our thoughts and prayers. God bless you and your family and all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
So far, you heard so many dimensions of Guru Kilara. There's one particular dimension, he was always a very compassionate, caring clinician. Patients would revere him and look up to him as God. And here is one such, experience that one of his dear patients wanted to share. Mrs. Shamla Murthy, for you.
Hello, my name is Shamla Murthy, and I first met Dr. Kilara on January 3rd, 2019, which is almost 2 years ago. At that point, I just finished my surgery for endometrial cancer, and I'd gone to him for follow-up. He looked through my reports, and he told me that you're no longer a cancer patient. Cancer has been removed, and everything we do from now on is just to make sure any residual cancer is also removed. Throughout my chemo, radiation, and follow-ups, whenever I met him, I didn't feel that I was meeting a doctor. I felt like I was meeting a family person. He always would ask me a couple of things. One thing he asked was, have you had your 3 liters of water? And have you been exercising? Because I think he honestly believed that cancer cure is a holistic healing. It's not just the healing of the body, but also healing of the mind, developing a positive and can-do attitude. Even after retirement, when I would go and see him in HCG, he would come specifically for my appointment, and he refused to take any money because he said, my name is not even there in the system anymore. So I'm just meeting a friend, and I've only kept a few patients, and you're one of them. I am so blessed that in the last 2 years, I have become close to Dr. Kilara. And he has really been a mentor, guide, in just living my life to the fullest. He will always be special to us. And pray God that his soul rests in peace.
Yeah, okay. I think it's not only that Guru took care of the patient only on radiation. Actually, he has a holistic approach. Can you just tell about what was this holistic approach, particularly with regard to oncology patient?
Absolutely, Ramesh. Curie Center of Oncology he established symbolized his commitment for total care for patients. Curie Center of Oncology was started with the ethos of patient delight, patient-friendly hospital. The entire planning of the physical structure, manpower planning and training, and treatment was completely patient-centric. And there are so many highs of Curie. I think he was way, way, way ahead of times, nearly 30 years, and that's not an exaggeration, because people from all over the country would come videograph the place, and he would stop and ask every patient how they felt and what is it that they wanted in the hospital and so on. Before I hand over to Mr. Ravi Narasimhan, who is the president of Curie Center of Oncology, I'd like to just kind of share one little aspect of, it's a very tiny aspect of all that he did for patients. He was very particular when patients were embarking on their final journey. He was very particular that we should understand their cultural sentiments, and he would drape a crisp white sheet and put a wreath and make sure that each one of the staff members would go there, pray, and he would wait till the hearse comes. He would see the patient off. And no exaggeration, I'm sure a lot of people in Curie would know this, he would go for patient condolence calls. So that was the kind of, total care that Guru Kilara gave, and he was completely committed to his patients. I'll ask Mr. Ravi Narasimhan to share his, memories, because he had a long association with all of us at the Curie Center of Oncology.
My sincere condolences to Dr. Kilara's family, sister, children, and Dr. Nalini Kilara, who's not here today, but who's watching us from wherever she is. And while I am giving my condolences to Dr. Kilara's family, I would like to give a high five to Dr. Kilara, because I know that my relationship with him was completely different, and it was one of celebration and one of a journey which I wanted to share. It was one of the toughest moments in our togetherness when Dr. Kilara went on to build an institution. And I was sent by my boss, a guy called Mr. D.A. Prasanna, and Premji from Wipro GE to go and take over and turn around this organization and give it the impetus and the life for it to do bigger things. We were faced with such a challenge of unbelievable challenge of being early in the game of oncology in the private sector and being far ahead of times. And I would entirely credit this to the two people here. One, Dr. Kilara, and to Dr. Brinda, who were there to welcome me on the 1st of January 1997 as the president, a young 36-year-old guy who possibly had never had a tryst in the practice of medicine, and suddenly thrown into an organization which I had to manage with stalwarts like Dr. Kilara, Dr. Vishweshraya, who was also running here a diagnostic center. And we also had a large chain of diagnostic facilities, and with a lot of plans for oncology growth in that particular company, which I was representing. I was loaned by GE to this entity as the president. But then it so happened that when these tough times continued for a while, we said that there has to be something which we had to do, which had to change the way oncology was being looked at. And we did everything in the book, including an ISO strategy to see how we could get KPMG to come and certify us, to see how we can get the first cancer institute in the country to get ISO. And that is when, my relationship with Dr. Kilara grew, and I always used to talk to him in Hindi, although I was born Tam Bram and now married to a Kannadiga who's, I've learned Kannadiga thanks to the nurses from Curie, whose increments I had to process. So I would like to say this couplet for Dr. Kilara. He was the man behind. So this was for you, Dr. Kilara. गजल में बंदिशें अल्फाज ही नहीं काफी, जिगर का कुछ खून भी चाहिए असर के लिए. And you were the जिगर का खून, which was responsible for us to make sure that we incubated Curie Center of Oncology, which is now currently renamed as Healthcare Global, which we handed over safely as an incubated product to Dr. Ajay Kumar on a fast lane in when we were driving on the Long Island Expressway to meet him in Bridgeport, where we said, okay, here's a deal for you. And if you think that this world-class center is good enough, maybe it's an opportunity for you to consider signing a joint venture. So that is how this journey of HCG begins from Curie. I think I'm, Dr. Kilara always used to call up and tell me, you are the first shareholder of Healthcare Global. So you have every right to be there when I call you. And here's a call which I received from Brinda on your behalf, Dr. Kilara. And let me congratulate you on your freedom of this worldly pain, and may God allow you to rest in peace and enjoy all of us doing whatever we are doing, and bless us from wherever you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miss Asha Manjunath was very young when she first came into, to be interviewed in Curie. Just that morning, I had arrived from the US. I was jet lagged, and jokingly, I have said many times, I regret the decision I made. That's on the lighter side. So she has had a very long association with us, and I think she wants to speak about a totally different dimension of Dr. Kilara, as working very closely with him as a young, all of 20, yeah?
That time I was 20.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's a great honor to talk about Dr. Kilara, sir. Dr. Kilara, a personality words fail to describe is all I can say. I met him for the first time when Curie Center was just started. As a young teenager, I was fascinated by his dealing with patients and colleagues. His patients were always very fond of him and would wait eagerly to see him. He was very understanding and compassionate towards all of us. We still remember samosas and jalebis he used to bring for us. He was a great administrator and a fantastic teacher. He always gave us an opportunity to learn and explore. I was very lucky to work with him and get trained. Today, whatever I am, it is only because of his training and guidance. Thank you very much, sir. As we all know, he was instrumental in starting several centers, an example of his organizational skills. He was so impressive with his innovative therapy techniques that even got our president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir, to visit Curie Center to dedicate the LINAC facility to the nation. He believed in all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. He organized many get-togethers at Curie, including the annual Christmas parties. That was a much-awaited event for all of us. Each employee's family members were invited personally by Sir. It used to be a more of family function rather than an annual meet. He had an extraordinary talents in mimicry and singing, and was a popular figure at all the events for these skills. We all will miss him, but you will be with us forever with fond memories, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. Another young radiation oncologist. For a long, long time, Dr. Kilara was the only person managing the radiation unit at Curie Center. And Dr. Beliappa joined him, and so he's had a very long association. Dr. Beliappa, for you.
I'm Dr. Beliapa. My association with Dr. Kilara is more than 30 odd years. I was a student in Kidwai Memorial Institute of Oncology way back in 1989. Later, I joined them as a colleague in Curie Center of Oncology from 1996. Myself, Dr. Kilara, Dr. Brinda, Dr. Radhesham, and later Dr. Govind Babu and Ganesh joined, and we had a very memorable time in those 15 years when we spent in Curie Center of Oncology. Dr. Kilara, I feel he is the one who changed the oncology scenario, especially the radiation oncology scenario in Karnataka. He is the one, I always say he is the modern radiation oncologist. Before Kilara took over the department in 1985 in Kidwai, it was mainly the radiologists who used to run the radiotherapy department. Later, when he came, the pure radiation oncology came, and we used to have excellent seminars where the radiation oncologists take a major part in the decision making. Later, when I have so many things to share, I mean, it is a never-ending story, because when I was in Curie Center of Oncology, I was a much junior person, and he treated me like a colleague to me, and he never suppressed any of his juniors. What I like to say is, when he is a student, he used to treat them like student. The moment he gets through his post-graduation, he used to treat them as like a colleague, and that's what I've learned. And we used to have a lot of seminars and a lot of IMA talks where we used to go together, and he always had some encouragement words to tell us, and he used to always pull us up, like if any fault we have done, we used to actually have some good thing to say about us and tell us and encourage us to come up in the right manner. I think all of you will agree he was one of the best dressed radiation oncologist, or any oncologist for that matter. Every day he was dressed up in an immaculate manner, and I always envy his tie knot. Always, the best knot he used to have when he is dressed up. And some things we like to tell the juniors and my colleagues, some things which I learned as a colleague, not just as from the subject point of view, is skills, the organization skills, and the oration. He was an excellent orator, excellent debater, and some organizing skills for our ICRO workshops, ARI conferences. He used to arrange so well, and he
Okay. That's right. His organization skill was really appreciated by one and all. So far, we have heard how a BIO was started, how a Curie Center was started, and finally it was waiting and for our own person to lead all these things to a better destiny. And that is none other than our current chairman, Dr. Ajay Kumar. Let's hear from him this story further.
Thank you, Ramesh. And before I go further, I just want to say thank you and Brunda for having put together this celebration for life of time of Dr. Kilara. I have truly learned a lot today about Kilara. I feel like a guru is sitting next to me, honestly. And I just want to touch on few things. I know you have heard the story. Dr. Gopinath has taken through the story. And Dr. Ramesh and Kilara's bonding friendship you have heard about his donation of kidney. One thing I want to say here is lot of things can happen in life. People can come and go. Sometimes we think, no, none of us are immortal, we know. But the memory stays with us. Sometimes we feel we are all like passengers in a train. But one thing is for sure is Dr. Guru, Ramesh, Gopinath and myself have been together for last 35 years or so. And we will be there forever. Guru, that is for sure. We are, and that friendship is a lasting friendship. And just to talk about friendship, when I met Guru first time in Los Angeles at a Astro meeting in the 80s, I saw him sitting in one corner. I didn't recognize him because he was 3 years junior to me. And I was a day scholar. I had not met Guru that much. But He recognized me, and he was sitting in the corner taking some notes. I think the chairs were all full. He was sitting and taking some notes. I don't, what are you writing? He called me and recognized me and said, aren't you so and so from St. John? I said, yeah. Then we introduced ourselves. Then he said, I asked him, what are you doing writing? No, I'm writing plans for the cancer center in Bangalore, he said. I said, what? And then as we talked about, I said, what are you doing? He said, you know what? I don't have a place to stay tonight. He said, I don't know where I'm going to stay. I said, what happened? Somehow my hotel didn't get booked. I said, yeah, first thing we do is to get you a place. That is my room. So I remember the Marriott, we shared the room. But it was fortunate we shared the room because whole night we talked about putting center in India. And I told him about my Mysore project and why I want to do a private center in Bangalore. And he immediately said, both of us almost simultaneously, I remember putting our fingers, say, why not we do together? And it was a click. And I can say, my friends, today, after hearing all this, I know I think the entire BIO, HCG, may not, HCG may not have happened, but for Guru. I think me meeting him was an inflection point. And I always remember that. And whenever I give my talks, I say that how that particular meeting brought us together. Now, one other point I want to touch on is, I know I met, when I heard Nalini and Tanaya and Amaya talk, I always remember the meeting I had with the Chalukya Hotel with them. That's the first time I met him, possibly Nalini and the kids with Bhagya, and Anjali was there, I think. And as I seen the kids grow, and I happened to meet Amaya, for other reasons in England, talked about her peace effort. I told Guru one thing, Guru, I can tell you one thing, you should be really proud of your kids. And more importantly, your kids should be proud of you. Always what kids are reflects about the parents. And really the way the daughter, Amaya particularly, I've seen, I don't know much about Tanya, but heard a lot about things from her. He speaks about what she spoke. I can say clearly, with a lot of emotion, in fact, that what a wonderful children they are. And tribute to really both Guru and Nalini for the way they brought them up. Other thing is they brought up about the Curie Center. It was a in a way, it was a funny how it happened. I just have to take 2 minutes and explain to you. Guru, while be a founder of BIO, somehow maybe I'm responsible. Somehow he was not happy at some point in BIO. So he decided he wants to start his center, Curie Center. But as we realized, he left BIO, Curie Center. We were like a competitor at that point. But as Narsimhan said, the stars aligned so that I had to take over Curie. And Guru didn't know. But when I, at the Nritya Gyama or somewhere where there was a function where the owner of Curie, Mr. Soni, announced that we are coming together with Ajay Kumar, I could see Guru's face shock. He came to me and said, why don't you leave me alone? Why are you chasing me? I said, Guru, it is not a chase. It is a lasting friendship. And both of us shook hands. And I know Guru didn't drink, but we had something and said, this is a friendship coming back. So, it really shows other of us could not part from each other. It was lasting, even though some issues had come, but the lasting friendship and togetherness to do came back, and the journey is history when we came back together. The other thing which happened was, as Guru was there, but the Curie, unfortunately, we had to leave for various reasons. Me and Guru talked and said, look, Guru, you have to be in charge of something, director. And that is when the concept of MS Ramaya came. And he was thrilled when both of us talked to Mr. Jairam, thank to Jairam, Naresh, and Ramesh. All of us put our heads and created a center there. And Guru took such great interest in that. And one of the things is, meticulous. as in Curie Center, as Brunda said, same thing meticulously they built a phenomenal center in Ramaya, which exists today. And Guru was a director for so many years, putting together a plan to make it a center of excellence. But one thing for sure with Guru, as we have all heard, detailing and looking at his Christmas parties. Wherever I am in the world, like Asha said, I would get a call. Ajay, you have to come. Guru, I am in Chicago. No, you have to summon. But whenever I was in Bangalore, I went. And one thing he made sure, even if it was a morning meeting in MS Ramaya or anywhere, there would be Uppitu. And you would say, my favorite, Ajay's favorite is Uppitu, it has to be there. So much particular about everything. He knew I liked, for example, red wine. Should be there whenever evening parties. So his life, his concern, his ethics, his integrity is unmatched. And as you heard from various speakers, it is something we all have to learn, and particularly for youngsters these days, when we look at how things are going, when sometimes greed overtakes who we are. We forget why we are doctors, and we think about what is the monetary benefit. All I can say is, Guru is, as you have heard, classic example of a man who looked upon ethics and who understood himself. And that is what made him a wonderful human being. Not only that, you heard from Asha about the light side of him. I was so surprised. I didn't know for a long time he was a wonderful singer. And one of the evening meetings, possibly in the Nutragam only, I heard him first time speak, sing. What a great kawal. All the he sang. Then, he was mimicry. One day, spontaneously we were talking about My Fair Lady. And suddenly he took upon himself and started talking about Professor Higgins. Amazing, amazing. I have said, we have to put up a show for you, Guru. It was so thrilling to see his multi-talent, multi-capabilities. Then comes, his passion for, which we'll hear the announcement later about telephysics. But what he did in MS Ramaya, what he did for HCG, the way we grew. And one of the things, just reflecting back, he was always a supporter. I remember when we talked about LINAC accelerator, Ramesh, so many people from Cobalt to LINAC was not in favor. Guru was one, he said, we should. The question was, will people really pay for a linear accelerator? I remember selling that or nothing else. And he was one of the strong supporter of even HCG. He was one of the first supporter of HCG to say, I am with you. So those are the, things we'll always remember. But the last time one of the few times I met him was at a book reading. We had a think tank, and I was just casually talking to Guru about his cardiac status and stem cell and all that. And then I suddenly mentioned, Guru, we are having a think tank, we are doing some, what, I want to come for it. Long behold, he did come. And he actively participated in book on the Nobel Prize laureates talk on the economics of the disparity in the world of Mr. Banerjee. We discussed, and he actively took part and in fact gave a talk on that day for 10 minutes. Amazing, I thought, that I never knew, honestly, until that side of him. And I came to know as I was quizzing him that he is an voracious reader. He reads a lot of books, participates, and today also, of course, I learned about his debating skills, taking part of it. Only thing I say I feel a little bit sad about is I wish he was there so I could have more conversation with him about these things. And I know the time has passed, but it's a great learning. In going forward, it has taught me something. Maybe I need to learn more about my colleagues. Something like the celebration like today, it's a learning for all of us. We learn about ourselves. Apart from all the hoopla about HCG, the public limited, what Guru contributed, everything, I think holding a celebration like this makes contribution is more in terms of our own understanding about ourselves. And now the need to understand about others. So many people we come across, even Ramesh, maybe I don't know more about, we need to know more about Ramesh, Gopinath, Brunda. Maybe this is what this celebration is teaching us. Hey, people, come to learn more about each other, develop deep friendship and affection for each other. And issues are there, can be sorted out, make it issue based. But do not ever forget the deep friendship which you have developed for years. Don't make it only professional, but understand the individual like we understood today about Guru so much. Let us understand each other and develop the deep bondage. So when we part, that at least we feel we know about this person so much and we can cherish that. Guru, all I can say today is that your life, your zest, as what Nalini said, the wonderful family, the journey you took on a personal level, the journey with us in Bangalore Institute of Oncology, HCG, the personal interaction, how we came to Curie Center, what are the issues, how you handled it, MSR, how we met, how we sorted out all the issues, and your own personal life about Christmas, your mimicry, Professor Higgins, have all taught me personally a lot of things about life in general. I hope I can reflect on it, share my thoughts with others because of this celebration, and strive to become also, there is nothing like a perfect individual, as we all know. As we age, as we learn more and more wisdom, we begin to realize how little we know in life. As a great philosopher, Socrates said, the oracle of Delphi asked him, why has he chosen you as a wisest man? He said, because Oracle has realized that I have finally realized how little I know. Whether it is oncology as we practice more, whether we understand life more, as we move on in this journey, we begin to realize how little we know. And so let us strive hard, all of us, by understanding Guru, understanding his life and his contribution, to understand ourselves better and strive to become better and better individuals. As we know, there is nothing like a perfect oncologist. There is nothing like a perfect human being. We are all on our journey. And I hope this gives us motivation to continue this journey and reach higher and higher level by reflecting on ourselves and reflecting on Guru's life. Thank you very much for having me here today. And I thank once again all of you for the great contributions you have done today in terms of your talk. Over to you, Ramesh and Vrunda.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. You're absolutely right. What a journey he has had. And there's lots for us to do. Now we have another important person when, Dr. Ajay talked about families coming together and so on. Dr. Anjali Ajay Kumar, I think the name says it all. She doesn't need too much introduction. When she first heard about Guru Kilara, I remember she picked up the phone to call to find out how all of us were. And I know that that point she became extremely emotional, and she did share some of the fond memories that she has had with Guru Kilara. And I want Anjali to kind of, resonate, her memories that she shared with us, with all of you. Anjali Ajay Kumar, for you.
Thank you, Dr. Vanda. I met Dr. Kilara, I think, as a small kid. I would come to India during my holidays, and I would come and see what's happening. And I remember, the first time I think I came to Curie, and it had been built. I remember Asha was there, and Dr. Kilara was taking, my father around the hospital. And then he took us to the Linac room, and there was a big mural in the Linac with sunrise. and he was explaining, he bent down to my eye level, because of course I was a little kid, bent down and explained why he did the sunrise and what patients should, how they should have hope as they're going through treatment. And I remember at that moment really thinking, wow, here's this doctor really thinking about what that patient is going through while they're lying through in this machine. He's really thinking about their surrounding, what they're seeing, what they're going through. And, I remember just thinking, wow. And of course, with all Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Gopinath, everyone, I was always in awe of how these, they came together and built this hospital and makes a huge impact, for patients. And I remember, at the same time, at that same visit, I went to the other side a few years before, I think. We had a kid from our school in Mysore who had a brain tumor, and he had, come, and he was at St. John's, and they were trying to do treatment. And of course, at that point with brain tumor, it was very hard. And, the patient, he didn't make it, and he was, 9 years old, and maybe like 2 or 3 years younger than me, 2 years younger than me, I think. And I was, obviously very much affected. But years later, when we had, a CyberKnife and treatment, and when I had joined HCG, I saw a lot of kids that were coming in that got treated, and with high-end technology, they were doing really well. So I always think back to those moments and think of, Dr. Kilara, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Gopinath, everybody, and how they've always put the patient first. And really, when my father asked me in 2009, I had the option. He said, you can come, why don't you work here? But don't talk to me for 6 months. You have to kind of start at the bottom of the totem pole when you start working here. And, I chose it because I saw this passion. And while I'm not a clinician, I've always felt, that the role models really show how much the patients, everything come forward. And I know that Dr. Kilara, when I joined as a professional in 2009, he never, automatically took me as a professional. He would talk to me about the business side of things that he wanted to do. When Ramaya, when he was working on that and the designs, he would talk to me about the designs, work on it. We worked on a play together to help raise some funds. And he, of course, was very meticulous, but also always jovial, always ready to do the next step. He said, okay, why don't I do this? You do this. And it was always wonderful working with him. And I know that he really, was so proud of his daughters. He would talk to me all the time. I always wanted to meet them. So hopefully I will. I still haven't, but hopefully I will. And he was just so proud of, both of you. And he always spoke about that. And it was so wonderful to hear that, because, honestly, I mean, my father, but by hearing it from, so that I just wanted to share those few things, and that he'll be missed. But I also think that as a role model for so many of us in the organization, we will continue to follow in those footsteps and really do the things that he advocated for.
Thank you, Anjali.
Thank you, Anjali. This is what we learn, during our journey, and as an youngster, and certainly there's a lot of things that you can do to our cancer patients. And Kilara's life really tells us quite a lot for us. Another magnificent edifice that he has built is in MS Ramaya's Curie Center for Oncology. And I want to know the Janaki's, he has prepared a good video of how their staff felt, and I want that to be played.
Yeah, Dr. Janaki, again, she heads the Division of Radiation Oncology at MSR HCG. Just 1 minute before I play the video. Thank you, sir. Everything has been told about, sir. 2 things I want to share. Tuesday, Thursday were his days at Ramaya. So I had made one debate as a teaching program for our students. Sir used to come on all the days. Tuesday, Thursday, Kilara sir used to come. So that day when both were there, students were presenting. They were not at all happy with their presentation. At the end of it, suddenly Ramesh sir looked at Kilara sir and said, "You want to do it?" Sir said, "Yes." So they put up the same slides, what the students had prepared. And Kilara sir was on side, Ramesh sir was on the side, and they demonstrated how to do it. That was the teaching capacity of sir. Same slides, what they had prepared, same points in a different way of telling.
As a teacher, he was giving both positive comments. He used to appreciate the students, and then he used to tell how you could correct. Apart from this, we had n number of lunches, dinners with sir. And always I remember, this is very bland. I want some chili sauce. I want Sprite. I want Coke. This is really great. He used to come all the way from his house to Jainagar. So it was really great. So from all my team in Ramaya, we have prepared a short video, which I would want you to have a look at. By the time I think it starts, sir, I just one idea, one thought in my mind, always it keeps coming, like how Ajay Kumar sir was saying, all these celebrations we are doing now, I wish how it would be when we had done this when Kilara sir was here. It would have made a lot of difference to him as well as to all of us. Because I look at him as not as an administrator, advisor, a Chaitanya, a life source, who is not only full of life, but it's so infectious that he passes it on to all those who are surrounding him. Thank you.
Sir was a great physician and a teacher. He used to attend our classes at Ramaya on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I was fortunate to have been one of the last batches to gain knowledge from him. His contribution to radiation oncology has been immense, and he'll be missed for sure by each one of us.
Apart from being an excellent administrator and a great teacher, I had the opportunity to listen to his songs of old Hindi classics, Mukesh and Kishore Kumar songs, during ICC 2013 Delhi. During dinner time, we would sit around him with our dinner plates, and he would effortlessly, continuously sing around 8 to 10 songs, which would all be on par with the original songs. We miss you a lot, sir. We miss you a lot. Thank you.
I would like to tell two things about Dr. J. Kilara. He is a very good human being with full of inspiration and knowledge. I am feeling very proud that I worked under him for 10 years. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
OPD. This is a place where sir used to see the patients, and I had an opportunity to work with him for 6 months. And during my stay with him, I learned a lot. Really, we all miss him.
Working as a nursing aide in MSR. I have started my career with Kilara sir 15 years back in Curie Center. Followed by Kilara sir, I also transferred in MSR Curie. Kilara sir in my life, guide, teacher, personal advisor, everything. I am sure Kilara sir is in heaven. I have good picture about Kilara sir. I am keeping that in my life. Thank you.
There are many more videos have come, and just to name a few, Sadashivam, who worked very closely, Dinesh Madhavan and Rukmini, and there are many like that that have come, and just is exactly what has depicted, and each one has felt his presence there. And going further, it's not just stopped there, and we had one more cap on his, the already crowded cap. The bone marrow transplantation unit, HCG MCR Bangalore, was actually a collaborative effort with the University of Illinois, and Kilara was in making it happen. And Dr. Naresh Shetty, administrator of the hospital, is here to give about his impression of the hospital. Naresh.
We have lost a very dear friend, Dr. Guru Kilara. I and Guru Kilara's friendship went for a long time. As the head of Ramaya SCG Center, and I as the head of the hospital, we had many interaction across many days, many months, and many years. Ours was always a very cordial relationship. It was always fun, smiling, and getting both our jobs done, but always in a very cordial manner. He was totally a great soul, impeccably dressed. His mannerism, the way he used to have a conversation was beautiful. There were so much lessons to be learned with the way he carried himself, whether it was in the meeting or whether it was in an informal setting.
Guru Kilara was a people's person. He built relationships, maintained good friendships. He would be very excited about his old boys' school and college reunions, friendships maintained over 30, 40 years. He not only kind of built relationships amongst his professional colleagues and friends, He had friends from various walks of life. Dr. Kasturi Rangan was very, very close to him, a very dear friend. And Dr. Rangan is here to just share some of his fond memories with Guru Kilara.
Dear Dr. Brenda, I am extremely sad to come to know from you the other day morning about the sad demise of our friend Dr. Gururaj Kilara. To me, it's a great loss. Left by him is a deep void which can never be filled by anybody else. He was such a fine human being with whom I came in contact at a time when I was going through a very difficult period. My wife Lakshmi was stricken with cancer, fibrosarcoma, and he was the person chosen to conduct the radiotherapy on her to make sure that the intensity of this affliction is reduced. That's the time I came in contact with him, interacted with him, and also dealt with him in the context of a personal problem. It was a memorable experience. Over the months in which he attended to my wife Lakshmi, there was so much of concern, there was so much of humaneness, above all, the high level of professionalism that he brought to bear in dealing with her. However, of course, I could not save her beyond a certain point. These are the afflictions which are not possible to be overcome today, even though we may be able to delay the outcome. But since then, what happened was an extraordinary friendship that developed between him and myself over the years. But more importantly, as a friend, he has an all-rounded feeling for his friends, very helpful, anytime available for any kind of help. And these kind of things which are so unique in him, so unique quality, I think I will never forget. I use this opportunity, Dr. Brenda, to convey to his family my heartfelt condolences on this bereavement. I pray for his departed soul to rest in peace.
Thank you, Dr. Rangan. Very advanced happy birthday. Tomorrow you're celebrating your birthday, we know, and I resonate the wishes of Dr. Guru Kilara as well, because every year the two of us would wish you wherever you were. Well, we all know that Guru had a lot of respect for women. He treated women very well. And he admired Kiran Mazumdar Shah. And I think it was a mutual admiration society. Both of them were very good friends, very fond of each other. Kiran is here to share her fond memories of Guru Kilara.
Guru's passing away has come as a devastating shock for all of us. My deepest condolences to Nalini and the family. I have known Guru for many, many years as someone who is compassionate and caring, someone who is so interested in medical advancement. I've had the opportunity of discussing many, many wonderful aspects of medical research. And it was he who basically got me involved with Cooper. Guru will be much missed by everyone who knew him because he touched so many lives. God bless Guru, rest in peace, and I can't tell you how much I will miss you. Kiran.
Thank you, Kiran. Despite Guru's life-changing health events, he continued to be active professionally, pursuing his passion for academics and teaching. On March 2019, Guru Kilara made a major decision to take his foot off the professional pedal by switching to an honorary teaching position. I recount when he was to make this announcement official, he was discussing this with our usual coffee club mates, Nalini Rao, Ramesh, and myself. We were stunned by this decision, and Nalini asked him, Guru, how comfortable would you be giving up the center stage and the arc light? He said something very profound. Nalini, we must know when to shift the arc light and the center stage for youngsters to take over. We must know when to dim the arc light and when to switch it off. I am acutely aware with this you lose your recognition and identity. But all this has to happen someday, and I'm extremely comfortable with the decision I have made. He scripted, planned, and executed what he often would say, I'm embarking on a new journey. With his decision officially announced, he engaged in various other passions of his life. He took to formal training in music. He was an avid reader of various subjects, including philosophy and spirituality. Yoga, he wouldn't miss it for nothing. Sloka chanting, cricket, tennis, you name it. He would keep the TRP ratings of several TV channels going. Arnav Goswami would immensely miss him because the Republic channel was something that he would always imitate. And of course, you could never catch him when he has to watch his Sai serial in the evenings. And not to forget, he was a movie buff, so would catch up on all the movies he had missed. In our daily coffee shop meetings, like I mentioned, he was very, very fond of his vada. And I, the hygiene freak, would kind of, stay away. So Ramesh would say, Parvagilla Tinnamma, he would say, Yiga, vade, amele vade. So those are meetings that we will definitely kind of, miss. In our daily coffee shop meetings, he and Nalini Rao would exchange the joy of being grandparents. He enjoyed his time with his universe, his granddaughter Amani, and would tell us how divine and therapeutic she is. We are here to share some moments that he has had with little Amani.
Gundanna, gundanna, gundanno. Gundanna, gundanna, gundanno. Gundanna, gundanna, gundanno. Gundanna, gundanna, gundanno. So long.
The past few months, Guru Kilara was challenged with several health issues, but each one of them he handled with great fortitude, never complaining, ever smiling. He not only scripted, planned, and executed his new journey, as he claimed, but embraced his ultimate destination with such grace, dignity, and fortitude. Cognitively very alert, made all the medical decisions, enjoyed his favorite TV shows, continued his meditation and chanting, and not to forget, watched the IPL and the French Open men's finals. The man walked the talk.
Hi everyone, I'm Priyadarshini, playback singer and managing director of Prism Foundation.
Hello, I'm Mahesh Mahadev, music composer and managing director of Prism Foundation Music School and Recording Studios.
Words seem inadequate to express our sadness over the passing of our passionate music student Dr. Gurunath Kilara. Our memories of him will never fade. He's such a special man and Prism Foundation definitely misses him a lot. We are still unable to come to terms with this loss. It's impossible to forget his cheerful smile and his enthusiasm to learn music. Dr. Gurunath Kilara, who was a radiation oncologist, was a multifaceted personality and was a dedicated student of music too. We all know about his achievements and his expertise in the field of medicine, but apart from that, he was an ardent music lover and a very sincere student of music. I would like to say a few words on how he began his musical journey with us few years ago. We have special badges for doctors and working professionals at Prism Foundation, and I vividly recollect it was during the Doctor's Day program. We had selected few doctors to sing and play instruments, and Dr. Kilara's sister, Dr. Sandhya, she's a very close associate to us. Through her, I think he had seen the video and he contacted us. He said he felt really happy seeing the video and he expressed his interest to learn music. And the very first question he asked us was, will we be able to teach music to a person of his age? And understanding his passion, his dedication, we said yes, and that's when he came down to Prism Foundation and he started his musical journey with us.
I still remember during his first class, we asked him to sing a few lines of any song so that we can understand his musical level and the IQ. He sang ghazal that day. It was so much impressive and he was singing with lot of expression and the involvement that made us to take him to the next level and teach more. Generally, when students come to us, there will be a lack of shruti, tala, and the speed, the tempo, and the expression. These four things is very important in music. Then only the song will sound very professional. So I think that Dr. Kilara was very strong in giving the expression and the involvement. So I think it was a God's gift for him. We told him, if you correct the remaining part, definitely it will sound more better.
कहने दो मुझे तुमसे मोहब्बत हो गई है मुझे पलकों की छाँव में रहने दो एहसान तेरा होगा तेरे मेरे मिलन की रहना ओ तेरे मेरे मिलन की रहना नया कोई गुल खिलाएगी नया कोई गुल खिलाएगी कभी तो चंचल है नैना देखो ना तेरे मेरे मिलन की
Though he was a reputed doctor and holding a high position, he was not at all behaving like a big person. He was very down to earth person and he was behaving like a normal student in the class and he was giving lot of respect to our words and he was treating like a gurus. So that kind of bonding I think we can find only in few students.
ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇನು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು.
ನಂಗೂ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಅದೇ
ಅವ್ರದಂಗಾರೆ
ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂಜು.
Yeah, I think so. I'll call Anita.
ಯಾ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಕೇಳಿ.
It's only you two on the call.
No, all of us.
They have muted and gone off the video as well.
See who are participants are. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ?
Say hello, I'm Lester.
Hello. Yeah. Hello.
Excuse.
Hello.
Ajay Kumar. Ajay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ajay, you can go ahead, Ajay.
Say hello, I'm Lester. Say.
Hello.
Gone back again. Start the video again. Start. Okay, the host has disabled the video. They
Hello.
don't want to.
Ramesh.
They have disabled the video. Okay? But you.
Ramesh, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. We can.
Only video is not seen, but we can hear
Ramesh?
you. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dr. Ajay.
Video is not there. Can you put it on? Yes.
His video, not
Yeah, I put it on, Ramesh.
Yeah. Now we can see you.
Yeah. I lost you for 2 minutes. What is the plan now?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ramesh, I couldn't hear you. What am I
Yeah,
saying?
we were here to hear you make this announcement about central physics.
Yeah. I am, as we all know, Dr. Kilara has
Mute it, if you can't.
contributed a lot to radiation oncology, and particularly for HCG. We have heard how his journey has been. They want to speak. And he pioneered
Make sure that is.
the concept
There's no line.
of telephysics.
Means I cannot
all
talk
of us worked with. I always. Can you all hear me? Brinda?
Yes, sir, we are able to hear
Hello,
you.
Ramesh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
There's some background talk. No, when the concept of HCG came, hub and spoke model, always I felt why we should have treatment planning systems across India. We didn't know, at some point we knew we will have multiple centers. And to have a treatment center, experienced physicists across the center did not make sense. So we worked very hard, and
If they can't hear you, that means you have to touch.
There is some background noise.
Unmute.
Tell people to go on mute. And at that point, we talked to several physicists across the globe, but we finally decided, with the help of the Guru and Pichandi, let us do the center in ourselves in Bangalore. So we came up with a concept of a telephysics center, and it worked beautifully in the last, I would say 15 years. Both Guru and Pichandi did a remarkable job of doing quality of care. The main idea was to bring high quality of care. As we know, the geographical miss, the not properly planning is one of the main causes of failure in cancer, as well as toxicity. And our toxicity or failure this is truly a tribute to Pichandi. Nice in perpetuality. CG, we want to really name the center as Professor G. Kilara Telephysics Center of Telephysics, and in this memory, I hope this will be perpetual and forever we'll remember the contribution he has made to this concept of telephysics. Thank you, Guru, for this, and we always wish, and your name always will be immortal for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. That's really a good contribution for recognizing Guru in HCG and what he has done for the physics department and radiation oncology in general.
It is 13 days since Guru Kilara embarked on his final journey. And according to Hindu belief, today is the day Guru Kilara is united with God. In keeping with the tradition, today is a day of celebration. We are celebrating Guru Kilara with his favorite choice of music. Sit back and enjoy Guru's choice of music. The music will be rendered by Ms. Samanvita Sharma and Mr. Govind.
Does it take time? Does it take time, for that to come? Yeah,
No.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Yeah, by the time and our music group comes in, the Pichand is the clip, and for 1 minute you can run it, and that's a department which has contributed to this. Yeah, just for 1 minute. And by the time and let the music group be ready.
I am Pichandi, and it is my honor to bring tribute to my mentor, Dr. G. Kilara. My professional journey with Dr. Kilara started when he was the medical director of HCG Curie Center of Oncology 15 years ago. Telephysics concept was the dream project of our chairman, and Dr. Kilara was instrumental in bringing it alive. And the central physics, what it is today, and had gone under him. He believed that the technology will be the great help to contribute in a clinical radiation oncology, and mentored me and fellow physicists to raise the bar to contribute the technical knowledge from bench to bedside. I personally learned the leadership skill from Dr. GK. He makes sure to organize the things in the way he wanted without compromise. He was a visionary and knows the
There are several of his departmental colleagues have sent their video along with this, and because of the paucity of the time, and we may not be playing it now, but I really thank them, thank each one of them, and for contributing to this function.
I'm sorry, we have overstepped time by at least a couple of hours. So therefore, I mentioned Mr. Govind also as one of our playback singers, but he had another program to attend. So Samanvita again has another program to log into, but she's been kind enough to kind of, pitch in and at least, sing a couple of songs for Guru Kilara. Incidentally, Samanvita, was all of 7 when the AROI Karnataka chapter had their conference, and she sang the invocation. And I remember Guru went into raptures, went and hugged her, and he said, "You are a child prodigy." So it's only befitting to bring back Samanvita for this celebration. And thank you so much, Samanvita, for, stepping in. And I know that we have overstretched, and sorry we have kept you waiting for the last couple of hours. Samanvita now is a celebrity in her own right. She's a very famous playback singer in the Kannada industry. She has a whole list of things, and I'm afraid I will not be able to cover that ground. I apologize, Samanvita, but I think your song will speak for itself. Samanvita, for you.
Thank you so much, Brinda. I hope that all of you are able to hear me. First of all, I felt like I was going through the journey of Dr. Guru Kilara's life over the last 2 hours, and it was truly an enlightening experience to, be a part of it. And although I don't remember that meeting with Dr. Kilara as I was quite young, I suppose, I'm still very happy to pitch in. And I wish that Govind also was here. We tried quite a few permutations and combinations so that he would be able to sing at least a couple of songs for all of you, but it didn't work out. He's already part of another live stream, and I too have to be in another live stream in the next 10 minutes. So without wasting much time, thank you so much, Brinda, for having me over here. And I will render a couple of songs. The first one that I've chosen is a beautiful Madan Mohan composition which Lata Mangeshkar ji has sung from the film Mera Saya.
नैनों में बदरा छाए, बिजली सी चमके हाय, ऐसे में बुलम मोहे गरबा लगाए। नैनों में बदरा छाए, मदिरा में डूबी अखियाँ, चंचल है दोनों सखियाँ, चलती रहेंगी तो ही पलकों की प्यारी पखियाँ, शर्मा के देंगे तो ही मदिरा के प्याले। नैनों में बदरा छाए, आ, 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 प्रेम दीवानी हूँ मैं, सपनों की रानी हूँ मैं, प्रेम दीवानी, प्रेम दीवानी हूँ मैं, सपनों की रानी हूँ मैं, पिछले जन्म से तेरी प्रेम कहानी हूँ मैं, इस जन्म में भी तू अपना बना ले। नैनों में बदरा छाए, बिजली सी चमके हाय, ऐसे में बुलम मोहे गरबा लगा ले। नैनों में बदरा छाए।
Well, that was a Madan Mohan composition for all of you. The next song that I'm singing is this time a song of Asha Bhosle ji. Where I think, we will go with one more Lata Mangeshkar number, depending on the time. Okay. This one is another very, very melodious song, which I'm sure all of you will enjoy.
ये समा है ये प्यार का, किसी के इंतजार का, दिल ना चुरा ले कहीं मेरा मौसम बहार का। ये समा है ये प्यार का, किसी के इंतजार का, दिल ना चुरा ले कहीं मेरा मौसम बहार का। किसी के इंतजार का, दिल ना चुरा ले कहीं मेरा मौसम बहार का। ला 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 ला। मिलके ख्यालों में ही अपने बलम से, मिलके ख्यालों में ही अपने बलम से, नींद गवा ली अपनी मैंने कसम से, मैंने कसम से। ये समा है खुमार का, किसी के इंतजार का, दिल ना चुरा ले कहीं मेरा मौसम बहार का।
Well, that was Yesma for you. Pushing it a little bit, probably just one more song, because I'm also feeling bad. You know, we were prepared to sing for almost an hour and we wanted to entertain you with that much music. Maybe very quickly, one Kannada number before we close. This is a beautiful song from the film Gejje Pooje.
ಆಹಾ ಗಗನವು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಭೂಮಿಯು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಅರಿಯೇನ, ಎನಗೆ ನೀ ನೀಡಿದ ವಚನ ಕೇಳಿ ತೇಲಿ ತೇಲಿ ಹೋದಿನ. ಗಗನವು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಭೂಮಿಯು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಅರಿಯೇನ. ನೂತನ ಜಗದ ಬಾಗಿಲು ತೆರೆಯಿತು, ಮನವನು ಕವಿದ ತೆರೆಯು ಸರಿಯಿತು. ನೂತನ ಜಗದ ಬಾಗಿಲು ತೆರೆಯಿತು, ಮನವನು ಕವಿದ ತೆರೆಯು ಸರಿಯಿತು. ಕಂಗಳು ಒಲವಿನ ಕಥೆಯ ಬರೆಯಿತು, ಕಾಲ್ಗಳು ಹರುಷದಿ ಕುಣಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡಿತು. ಆ ಆ ಆ ಆ ಆ ಆ ಆ ಆ ಆ. ಗಗನವು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಭೂಮಿಯು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಅರಿಯೇನ, ಎನಗೆ ನೀ ನೀಡಿದ ವಚನವ ಕೇಳಿ ತೇಲಿ ತೇಲಿ ಹೋದಿನ. ಗಗನವು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಭೂಮಿಯು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಅರಿಯೇನ.
Well, signing off for this time. Thank you so much for having me here. Brinda, over to you.
Thank you so much, Samanvita. I can promise you that Guru Kilara will not forgive me for two things. One, to have kept an artist waiting, because he always believed artists must be treated with a lot of respect. And of course, poor time management. Poor time management, I can escape. I can always say that this is what you did to people that you left behind, because messages are pouring in. I'm sure the day the news broke out, the internet crashed, because there were so many messages coming in. So thank you so much, Samanvita. And then, we'll keep in touch offline. And a very, very you to have really, gone out of the way to kind of be there for us, at least to keep Guru happy wherever he is with a couple of songs.
My pleasure. If we didn't have the next show, we would have surely, continued and sung for a few more numbers.
Thank
Sorry
you
about
so
that.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Yeah.
Tracking? Yeah. Okay. This brings to the end of today's the function, which is really dedicated to our Guru Kilara. But I go back to the first saying, when the star glowing star falls and it leaves a track, and you have seen and what kind of a track that has left, and it is next for all of us and the next generation to emulate his the good characters and the legacy that he has left and to follow. With that, there are so many people for whom I will have to thank, and particularly the family has come all the way, and Dr. Nalini Kilara, she could come here, but of course participated, and all of our SCGNs and heading by our chairman, Dr. Ajay Kumar, and the team from Curie Center, the team from MSR, and for a team from HCG, KR, and DR, all our HCG centers, and they are logged in here and they are listening to us. And not last, but the least but not last, is our Anita and their team.
Yeah,
wonderful
incredible
people. In fact, kudos to them. We can all
Ramesh, I want to really, first of all,
Anita, and wonderful, and the team headed by you and all your group.
Thank you so much. Yeah. While we bid goodbye to Guru, rest in peace wherever you are until we meet. Thank you all. Bye for now. We'll stay connected because Guru has left incredible connections everywhere, and we will continue to renew that. With that, he lives on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Ramesh, thank you for. Thanks.